This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good morning. It's a beautiful Monday morning, and you're tuned into the Business Morning Live Show on BusinessDay television. And as usual, we've got a packed morning ahead. We're going to be starting off with the morning news. We then move to the newspaper review. We're bringing the conversations on the show, that's in Business Week, and wrap up with the social listening. We'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring you the morning news. Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're welcome to the BusinessDay Business Life News. I am Deborah Eze. Now let's see what's making headlines. NGX correction opens new price discovery window after 53.81% rally. CPPE warns policy reversal could undermine economic gains. ICPC uncovers second fake agency operating inside Federal Secretariat. A kidnapping spree raises fresh security fears in Kwara. Let's now begin the news. The Nigeria's equities market is entering a new phase of price discovery after the NGX All-Share Index surged 53.81% year-to-date, prompting a recent correction in share prices. The All-Share Index fell 1.35% in the week ended August 21st, closing at 239,351.16 points, while market capitalization stood at 53 trillion naira. Despite the weekly decline, several major sector indices remain up more than 60% this year. Market breadth showed a more selective trading pattern, with 59 stocks declining, 18 gaining, and 70 closing unchanged. Analysts say this suggests investors are increasingly assessing individual companies based on earnings, prospect, valuation, balance sheet, strength, and future growth, rather than simply following the broader market rally. Trading activity has remained strong, with 11.98 trillion naira in total transactions recorded in the first 7 months of 2026, almost double the 6.01 trillion naira recorded during the same period last year. The latest correction is therefore being viewed less as a reversal of the rally and more as an opportunity for investors to reassess valuation and establish new price levels. And moving on, the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, CPPE, has warned that reversing Nigeria's ongoing economic reforms could undermine investor confidence, weaken fiscal stability, and destabilize the foreign exchange market. The group said the reforms have delivered measurable gains, including stronger government revenues, improved FX market stability, higher external reserves, an expanded trade surplus, and a recovery in investor confidence. Real GDP growth also rose to 3.89% in the first quarter of 2026 from 3.13% a year earlier. However, CPPE noted that macroeconomic stability has not yet translated into significant improvement in household welfare or lower operating costs for businesses. It said Nigerians still face pressure on purchasing power while businesses contend with high energy, financing, logistics, and regulatory costs. The organization is therefore calling for the next phase of reforms to focus on productivity and competitiveness, particularly by addressing electricity supply, logistics, insecurity, agriculture, productivity, infrastructure, and the high cost of capital. And in other news, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has uncovered another allegedly fictitious government agency operating from the premises of the Office of the Secretary of the Government of the Federation, OSGF. The agency, known as the National Brands Development and Made in Nigeria Special Project Office, was allegedly promoted by Judge Buchi Nwabweze and had been allocated office space within the government complex without presidential authorization. Following the discovery, President Bola Tinubu ordered the immediate arrest of Nwabweze and the suspension of 3 prominent secretaries in the OSGF, Ms. Danjuma Nandugu Garaje and Richard P. Filigwa, over their alleged links to the operation. The discovery is the 4th fictitious body identified by ICPC following its investigation into the earlier Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council scandal. The latest case has renewed questions about weakness in government controls and how unauthorized entities gain access to federal offices. And so when the news, suspected bandits have reportedly abducted the traditional ruler of Ibeshi town in Ishin local government area of Kwara State alongside other residents in a fresh wave of attacks in the state. About 10 suspected bandits were said to have invaded the community over the weekend and taken the monarch and other residents to an unknown destination. No ransom demand has been reported as of yesterday, and in a separate incident, Iyayoka, the first wife of the Bali of Dabu community in the Ifelodun local government area, was also reportedly abducted. The attacks have heightened fears among residents of Kwara South, despite the recent establishment of Nigerian Army Battalion in Umu Aron. Police authorities have confirmed receiving reports of the incident and said the state command has commenced action. Residents are meanwhile calling for stronger security operations to rescue those in captivity and prevent further attacks. And that does it this morning on the news. Up next is the newspaper review. Just stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production. Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
For 25 years, Business Day has delivered credible journalism, intelligent analysis, and decision-shaping insights to Nigeria and Africa's business community. Introducing Africa's first AI-integrated website, enhanced with powerful new capabilities. At the heart of the new platform is the AI-enabled chatbot, built to help you navigate stories faster, ask questions, get summaries, and access deeper context instantly. Text-to-speech functionality, allowing you to listen to articles on the go.
The Murtala Muhammed International Airport, Lagos, has recorded an 11.8% growth in air traffic.
Whether you're commuting, driving, or multitasking, Business Day now moves with you. And with our new language translation feature, our journalism becomes even more accessible. You can select your preferred language, thereby expanding reach across diverse audiences in Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. This innovation reinforces our commitment to being not just a news platform, but also a smart, accessible, and future-ready business intelligence hub. As we celebrate 25 years of impact, we step confidently into the future, powered by technology, driven by credibility, and focused on you. Visit the new Business Day website today and experience the future of news. For 25 years, Business Day has delivered credible journalism, intelligent analysis, and decision-shaping insights to Nigeria and Africa's business community. Introducing Africa's first AI-integrated website, enhanced with powerful new capabilities. At the heart of the new platform is the AI-enabled chatbot, built to help you navigate stories faster, ask questions, get summaries, and access deeper context instantly. Text-to-speech functionality, allowing you to listen to articles on the go.
The Murtala Muhammed International Airport, Lagos, has recorded an 11.8% growth in air traffic.
Whether you're commuting, driving, or multitasking, Business Day now moves with you. And with our new language translation feature, our journalism becomes even more accessible. You can select your preferred language, thereby expanding reach across diverse audiences in Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. This innovation reinforces our commitment to being not just a news platform, but also a smart, accessible, and future-ready business intelligence hub. As we celebrate 25 years of impact, we step confidently into the future, powered by technology, driven by credibility, and focused on you. Visit the new Business Day website today and experience the future of news. For 25 years, Business Day has delivered credible journalism, intelligent analysis, and decision-shaping insights to Nigeria and Africa's business community. Introducing Africa's first AI-integrated website, enhanced with powerful new capabilities. At the heart of the new platform is the AI-enabled chatbot, built to help you navigate stories faster, ask questions, get summaries, and access deeper context instantly. Text-to-speech functionality, allowing you to listen to articles on the go.
The Murtala Muhammad International Airport, Lagos, has recorded an 11.8% growth in air traffic.
Whether you're commuting, driving, or multitasking, Business Day now moves with you. And with our new language translation feature, our journalism becomes even more accessible. You can select your preferred language, thereby expanding reach across diverse audiences in Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. This innovation reinforces our commitment to being not just a news platform, but also a smart, accessible, and future-ready business intelligence hub. As we celebrate 25 years of impact, we step confidently into the future, powered by technology, driven by credibility, and focused on you. Visit the new Business Day website today and experience the future of news. For 25 years, Business Day has...
Welcome back. You're just in time for the newspaper review right here on the Business Morning Live Show. I am Deborah Eze. And of course, I'm not going to be doing this alone. It's a Monday, of course. And when it's Monday, you know what to expect on the set of the Business Day television. I'm right here with
Joshua Bassi.
Hello, Mr. Joshua Bassi.
Good morning.
Good morning. How's your weekend? It was very good. Very. I'm well rested. I'm growing. I know. Anyways, we missed you over the week. We are glad that you're back, and yeah, it's good to have you here. Now, let's start off with the dailies. Of course, the Business Day newspaper. We then move to the Punch, the Guardian, and then the Vanguard. And then we'll wrap up this segment with the cartoon of the day. And of course, the big story on the Business Day newspaper, starting off strong, we have Nigeria's subsidy debate pits cheaper petrol against reform gains. Nigeria's subsidy debate pits cheaper petrol against reform gains, and that story is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. At the top of the Business Day newspaper, we have a 5-point plan to transform Nigeria football, and that is on page 10. And also, NGX shared 5.42 trillion naira in 20-day market correction, and that story is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And of course, strong conversation this morning, starting off with the Nigeria subsidy debate, being paid cheaper petrol against reform gains. And we understand that, before May 2023, petrol was artificially cheap. That's around 200 naira per litre. But that changed once we got the subsidy gone. Well, what do you have to say about this?
Well, truly, that's the reality. After the seeing the prices of petrol. I think now it's so now have a situation where petrol or above 1,000 subsidy. Even though there are people who are arguing that there's still some form of subsidy or the other, but officially, well, we know that subsidy is strong. Government will argue that the subsidy gone. I mean, the Minister of Finance and the Economy,
Taro?
Udela said about 16 trillion has been gained from the subsidy
removal.
Of course, combined with the reform last 3 years plus. But that, of course, I mean, what's bringing about this argument that because we are seeing, in the build up to the general election that's coming up in January, seeing an argument, particularly this argument is provoked actually by the pronouncement by one of the presidential candidates, Atiku Abubakar, that he will reverse the
fuel subsidy. I was going to talk about that, yes.
Of course, the president responded when he said, economics. So there's been this back and forth argument as to what is better. Is it that staying with this situation where subsidy or that was better? I mean, when we were enjoying subsidy. So the argument is ongoing. So the story is basically talking about aspects of both sides of the argument. But if you read through the story, you've seen that again, that overweighing the era of enjoyment of a subsidy. Of course, the government will tell you that after the subsidy, you can have national account, which has of government, the federal, the states, and the local government, and share, see, state government, receiving a whole lot of money, unlike the era when we were not, when we were enjoying a subsidy, because the federal government was using a whole lot to pay to subsidize subsidy. To the point that the government under Miso recipes just to keep the subsidy going, not just print money. So what have we seen? We've seen under Tinubu, we've seen where more money going to the states. However, utilization of that much money that the state and the local governments are getting now, of course, is a different thing. Bring about argument that people are saying we are not seeing the effect of this much money that the state and the federal government and even the local government are getting now. So these things are not actually impacting on the life of the ordinary Nigerian.
Yeah. I was going to say that, but because we are having Muda Yusuf, because by the time we'll be having him where he can actually speak more on this, because
but the point is that the argument is there. So there are gains, no doubt, of the reform, and of course fuel subsidy removal, but of course what is important really is for government to do more so that the gains of subsidy removal can actually trickle down, so that people, ordinary people, can feel the impact of it. Because now we still have a situation where food prices, the cost of transportation, rent, and all of those things are still up.
But the only thing, they are associated, but I'm going to hold that thought. We would go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll have buttress more on this conversation. Just stay with us.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
Welcome back to the newspaper review segment. And before we went on that break, we're speaking on the big story on the Business Day newspaper, which reads the Nigeria subsidy debate pits cheaper petrol against reform gains. And of course, we had Mr. Bassi speak to us about his opinion and thought on it. Mr. Bassi, before we went on that break, I was coming to what Atiku said about bringing back subsidy if he's elected as president. The only argument that people have actually come out to say is the fact that it's going to bring back corruption, the way it was, where we can account for the money. Aside that, no one is really saying it's a bad idea to actually bring back subsidy. Now, what's your stance on this? Do you think bringing back some away from, I know we cannot take corruption away from all of this because that's like number one problem in Nigeria, but away from the corruption now, if he can find a way to account for the monies, even when, we bring back subsidy, do you think it's something that you would want to subscribe to?
But when they were, like you said, corruption is endemic as far as the Nigerian system is concerned. So it's not only a fresh subsidy that was breeding corruption. I mean, there are corruption practice in other areas of the economy, even at the governance level and all of that. So if you bring back fuel subsidy, and then what about the gains that we have seen so far as a result of the removal of fuel subsidy? Don't forget, at the time that we were having fuel subsidy, government was just struggling to keep it going. Government didn't even have enough money, but just to keep it going, they had to borrow, they had to print just to keep it, because it was like, deceiving the people that all is well, whereas all was not well. So I wouldn't subscribe to the idea of bringing back fuel subsidy because it's not only fuel subsidy that will bring about
corruption.
It's not only fuel subsidy that will bring about cheaper cost of living. Cost of living. That's not the only thing that can bring down the cost of living in Nigeria. There are other areas. What about even infrastructure? What about even good roads? What about quality education? What about cost of transport and all of that? So these are the things that removal of fuel subsidy, the gains that I have seen. I mean, even though, like I said, government still need to do more for the impact. I mean, the impact of fuel subsidy removal possibly to actually trickle down, because actually there's no doubt about the fact that it does also trigger higher cost of living. There's no doubt about that. So it's down for the government to work harder to make sure that the effect is not so much felt, which I think they're trying to do. I mean, if you build more, use the money, build better roads, that road network that people can then use the money. Maybe the government actually talk about the other time CNG, buses and all of that. So we need to see those CNG buses, deploy. We need to see, CNG and other things that government can do to at least cushion the effect of the fuel subsidy removal. But I won't want us to go back to that era where, even though the government was providing fuel subsidy, yes, corruption and all of that, we were sleeping at filling station trying to buy fuel. But with the fuel subsidy gone, right? I mean, we've not been having fuel scarcity. You will go into the filling station, you can buy. Yes, the price is higher compared to what we used to buy at that time, but at least you can drive in, buy fuel, and go. You just buy in the quantity that you can afford at that time. But it's better for me than to go and spend spend days, as it were, they spend night or spend hours at the filling station, because even at that time,
we had queues.
That then the marketers took advantage of the situation.
Yes.
And so we were also still paying higher.
True that.
I mean, so I don't also forget at that time that we used to have, because Nigeria was subsidizing fuel, there were smugglers, who were taking subsidized Nigerian fuel across the border and making money. So, I mean, it was like subsidizing for some neighboring countries, whereas the Nigerian government was paying for it. And so there were people, because the truth of the matter is that, Deborah, it is very difficult for the government to actually monitor and what goes out of the border, what comes out of the border. There's corruption. People were just, custom and the rest of them was just allowing this guy to have a few days, the smuggling fuel out, whereas the Nigerian government was paying for it. So it's for government, now the first subsidy is gone, for government to do everything that, should be done. To making sure that at least people, the impact of it is not so much heavy on the people. But going back to fuel subsidy, I don't think that that's good for the economy.
All right, let's now move on to the Guardian newspaper. And the big story on the Guardian newspaper this morning reads, 14 years after the Orosanya report, bloated agencies cost Nigeria 1 trillion naira in 2026. And that is on page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. And at the corner, the left corner of the Guardian newspaper, we have presidency, Ashim, Shawara, others peak holes in article subsidy U-turn. And that is on page 6. And also at the left corner, we have Osun government alleges fresh plot to attack local government motor parks. And that is on page 5. And also Nigeria turns to banks for $20.5 billion to expand renewable electricity. And we have that on page 4. And a sad one, actor Ogogo for burial today as Ogo celebrates legacy. And that is on page 2. And at the top of the Guardian newspaper, we have mixed reactions trail APC's campaign council membership. And that is on page 3. And governors now pay wages with the valued naira, says Afefe Niferi, and that is on page 3. And democracy doesn't survive on polls alone, Way tells Nigerian lawyers. And we have that on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. 14 years after the Orosanya report, Mr. Bassett, I think you're the right person to actually speak about this.
Yeah,
bloated agencies. Bloated agencies cost Nigeria 1 trillion naira in
2026.
Yeah.
Very sad, I would say, because we've continued to carry on with, higher cost of governance in Nigeria. In fact, one would have expected that the current government will actually, because the Orosanya report was instituted in the, I think it was under Jonathan.
Yes.
Basically meant to, cut down costs of governance by, merging some agencies, and then maybe allowing some to go. But there were fears over loss of a job. But really, it was not actually, because those agencies could be merged, probably just to ensure, because if you look at the way the agencies are, I mean, we have agencies and parastatals, some of which are not really adding real value to this economy. There are several of them that if we have to sit down to name them, you discover, you yourself, you ask, does this one exist? What do they do? What is the value they're adding to the economy? What is the value they're adding to governance? You discover that there's absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So there were some of them that were to, so the recommendation was, would you merge some of them? You scrap some of them. But the whole thing was to ensure that actually cost of governance is reduced such that actually you can then actually use money saved to do other things. Unfortunately, 14 years down the line, we have even seen a bloated agencies costing the federal government as much as 1 trillion in 2026. That's not good enough. We thought that the new government that was coming in was going to implement that report. Buhari came, and throughout, he did not implement. Tinubu has come, he's doing almost 4 years now. He has not implemented that report. At least, although there was a time they was okay, they were going to make, but they've not really implemented those measures of some of those. They're still as they were, which is quite unfortunate if you ask me. I mean, spending this, which is the reason why across the world, you know, we don't see the level of higher cost of running a government that we've seen. And unfortunately, this is even a poorer country compared to other nations of the world. So we don't really need these bloated agencies as we see them. So it's for the government to actually go back to that report, look at it, look at the merits of that report, and then see how they can actually implement them, the recommendations, to actually bring about a reduction in the cost of running government in Nigeria, because it's quite high. You know, it's very, very
high. And also we can see that Osun State is still under fire, even after the election, as the government have actually alleged fresh plots to attack local government and also motor parks. And also Presidency Yashim Showore, others speak oaths in article subsidy U-turn. I think it's the same thing.
Which is what we earlier
spoke about.
Really, because I mean, in 2022, 2023, he also said, I mean, among the major presidential candidates at that time, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, the then candidate of APC president, Tinubu is now the president. They all agreed to, the fact that so.
Now coming back, I think it's trying to capitalize on the way Nigerians, we Nigerians, we can be very emotional about, things that, because now when we look at the policies that have been put in place, it's actually good for the economy, but all Nigerians care about is if it's actually, the effect is actually showing in their pockets, which is something that is not yet reflecting, because all Nigerians, I'm going to say, even the rich, are also complaining that the cost of living is quite high compared to a year ago, 2 years ago. So I think that's what he was trying to capitalize on, in my own point of view. I think, once you can get to Nigerians as to how they are feeling about, the whole subsidy. Because every Nigerian, even the market woman, like Mohammed would say, even the market woman that sells vegetable understands that the problem started from subsidy going.
Yeah, so the argument will continue until we have election in January 2027. So there will be this argument back and forth. I mean, that someone will tell you, it's good to bring it back. That someone will tell you, no, let's leave it the way it is. So it's for them to, the campaign has started. We'll see how they'll be able to convince the Nigerians as to which one is better, to go back to first subsidy removal or to go back to first subsidy or to continue
without it.
To the removal. Let's see.
All right. Let's now move to the Punch newspaper. What do we have on the Punch? We have FAC Bonanza. And governors face questions as payout hit 47 trillion naira. And the rider to that story, we have post-subsidy windfall. FAC revenue hits 47 trillion naira in 3 years, surpasses previous 6-year total. State, local governments get bigger FAC shares. Governors face hit as subsidy removal debate resurfaces. And again, federal government, APC tackle Latiko over petrol subsidy return call. And you can get the story on page 8 and 29 of the Punch newspaper. And also at the top of the Punch newspaper, we have tribute as Nollywood Ogun mourn Ogogo at 66. And that is on page 3. And also oil blocks. 31 winners face payment deadline, and that is on page 10. Osun poll, how vote buyers breached EFCC ICPC, INEC defenses, and that is on page 7. And below the Punch newspaper, we have 150,000 palliative pensioners threaten mass protests. And NDLEA arrests a 101-year-old cannabis dealer daughter in Ogun. And finally, 2027, Mba Onayeko headline NGE debates on election this information, and you can get that on page 6 of the Punch newspaper. Which of the stories are we?
Okay, so
Fact bonanza.
Yeah, let's just look at the governor's face question. Really, and that's what we I think in the course of the discussion, we some actually referred to the very fact that governors, local government. Let me even say, there was a guy. I mean, just to let you know the attractiveness of being a local government chairman or being a governor these days. There was a man, one of the state. Let me not mention the state. One of the South state. He was a sitting commissioner. In the cabinet of the governor. I mean, the governor is still the current governor. He was a commissioner. And then after the federal government, actually made the pull through, I mean, that the Supreme Court that allocation to local government should go to them directly and all of that. Even though it's not being actually fully implemented, there's still issue around that. So this commissioner, decided to resign to go and contest for local government. Office of local government. And people were, come on, I mean, you are already at the state level. Why not just allow you stay there and then allow people at the local level to also contest for? So actually he resigned, he went, contested and won. So he's a sitting local government. So what am I trying to say? There's so much money now at the local government level, even at the local government level. And like the report said, local government, state and local government are actually the one getting a larger chunk this morning. So, but the question remains, Deborah, what have they done with this money? That's where the challenge is. So that's the question. I mean, so there's windfall, as it were, from fact, proved by the fact that the fuel subsidy has been removed. So the government is, all of that money is coming in and now sharing across the 3 tiers of government. So the governor should do more. The governor should do more. A lot of time when we talk, we don't even also talk about the local government.
Yeah.
What are they doing with the money that they're still getting right now? A lot of time the focus is on the federal government. I think that we as journalists too, I mean the citizens should also begin to ask questions about what the local government chairmen are doing with the money they're getting right now. Let's look as if this money is going to individuals' pockets, because unfortunately too, we don't see much of an EFCC
looking into the grassroots.
What the local government are doing. Usually, what we see is just federal states and state basically. You see them, going after governors and then also probably going after Yahoo boys and all of that. I think it's high time that the EFCC also, started looking, strictly into how funds at the local government level are being used. Because we just neglect that as if it's not public fund.
This is a conversation myself and a friend who is in the healthcare sector in the UK we're having this morning, and it trickled it down to the same thing that she said. Most of the problem happening in the health sector can actually be traced down to the grassroots, and that's the local government. That's the primary health centers. If you see the amount of corruption going on there, people don't get to see it or talk about it because the only thing they want to see is the teaching hospitals. Meanwhile, where there is actually like a chunk of money going into the sector is actually in the primary healthcare. And me and you, if we ask us now in our environment, can we point to our primary healthcare? I'm sure we don't even know where the primary healthcare is. So,
I know of a local government chairman who appointed 55 aides.
55
aides, personal aides.
Oh my goodness.
And with all kinds of all manner of names given to all the manner of titles. 55 in one of the South states. One of the South states, 55, a local government chairman appointed 55 personal aides, PAs. and then they're giving them all kinds of tithes like that. So and he's going to pay all of them, right? Does the local government chairman need that level of that number?
You know what 55 is?
55.
Oh my goodness!
I saw the press statement that they issued, so I was reading through it. So 55. So let's do more. The money that because, like you said, fuel subsidy is gone. Actually, the impact of that fuel subsidy gone is being felt by the people. So if there's saving from that fuel subsidy removal, that saving which is now going to states, which is now going to local government, the state and the local government chairman, the governors and the local government chairman should also use that money at least to see how they can, cushion the effect on the people.
Right. Yeah, let's move to the Vanguard.
Before we move, there's a story that is also, I think, is important.
Okay.
We talked about this on Reflection Nigeria last week, and that's the vote buying in the just concluded election.
Yeah.
It was something that was really, I would describe as unfortunate, because politicians continue to influence voters with money. It shouldn't be so. People should be able to listen to, maybe manifest what it is that the governor or those who are contesting wants to do, and then trust them that they'll come in, they'll be able to do this, rather than just a situation where people are influenced to vote.
This is a situation
people that ordinarily probably will not vote for.
Yeah.
It's so much money. I think the other time someone was actually talking about as much as 60 billion, reportedly used in the Osun election, in an off-cycle election in one state, and a lot of that basically was just to buy vote, just to influence people, just to do one thing or the other, not allowing the people to choose for themselves exactly who they wanted to vote for, just to influence vote and all that. Quite unfortunate. I think that the HFCC should go in, investigate, and then
understand,
found culpable, should be prosecuted, and because actually vote buying is
it's a crime. But at the end of the day, they capitalize on the states of the people. Because you mentioned that the people now, they should be able to listen to the manifesto of these candidates for them to know whether or not they are the right people for them to vote for. You can't tell somebody who is hungry, somebody who the last time he sold 5,000 naira in bulk was years ago, to listen to manifesto. It is me and you.
But in Osun, we were reportedly given as much as 50,000 naira.
Yes.
But how long is 50,000 naira going to last?
They don't think about that, because, like I said,
you sell both for 50,000.
Yeah, you can't tell an hungry person what to do. The only way you can tell an hungry person what to do is if you actually are in the palm of the hungry person. Very unfortunate.
That's the effect of poverty.
Yeah, and that's what they capitalize on here when it comes to politics. Let's now move to the Vanguard newspaper. What do we have for the Vanguard? The big story of the Vanguard newspaper reads, Nigeria's oil output drops by 20.8% in 10 years. And the writer to that story, Nigeria influence within OPEC Plus decline, and we are committed to optimizing output, reasoners, and that's coming from Eni, and bad omen requiring urgent step. That's also coming from the expert. At the top of the Vanguard newspaper, fuel subsidy return to old regime will worsen economic crisis, and that is Information Minister Idris. Onoyeko, Mba, Osigwe, Yadudu, others to speak at the NGE confab in Enugu on September 24th and 25th. Insecurity, and this madness once and for all. Obi tax federal government. And also how 23 stocks beat inflation. 6 KOI didn't declare dividend, and 7 KOIs record negative return on equity. And finally, on the right corner of the Vanguard, we have NDLEA nabs a 101-year-old great grandmom intercepts cocaine in Fufu. And that's on page 6. And we have ranching. Federal government won't force policy on Benue. And that's from Governor Alia. And that's on page 43. Sokoto terror attack. Hunger, trauma grip 7 communities. And that is on page 6. An SGF mom as fake agency Fake agency boss fires back, and that is on page 5. I want us to briefly talk about this fake agency. We have less than a minute to talk about it. This fake agencies. I read in the news this morning that another was uncovered. Is it not? It's really surprising and shocking for me that would have something as big as an agency operating with people, and then we are just uncovering it under the government's nose. I'm still of the school of thought that it's still within. This is not people who just sat down and decided to create an agency and said that okay, we just come up with this and then we're already operating as an agency. What do you think about that?
You're absolutely right, Deborah. It speaks to how vulnerable our system is. If there's no doubt about the fact that there are collaborators. These guys can't just come from nowhere. Even the other guy, Adeyemi, the one that was first discovered, he said he had a office allocation in the Federal Secretariat. He was operating in and out of Asoro, having pictures, receiving diplomats, and doing all of those things. We've seen pictures of himself and Secretary to the federal government. We've seen pictures of himself with minister, all of that, and of course it's fake. But it turned out to be fake, as they have said it is fake. And the man has said, "Look, I mean, this. I mean, these people were part of it. I mean, I got my letter and all of that." But this second one now has been discovered by ICPC that the federal government mandated to investigate the first one.
Yeah. So investigating the first one.
So in the course of investigating the first one, they discovered that there's another one.
Yeah.
Who knows? Perhaps there's even still more that will be discovered. So it's just unfortunate the way things are in Nigeria. That this kind of embarrassing development.
I think
embarrassing development is coming up.
Anyways, let's take a look at the cartoon of the day. We're going to be wrapping up this segment with the cartoon of the day. Very interesting one. We have a skill of election 2027 and APC incumbents. And we have ADC and NDC opposition divided into two. And, when you place a full, let's call them bags, right? A full bag and half bag. Of course, we know which is going to outweigh the other. So this is, I would like to call it weighing options. So are we going with the incumbents, which is the APC, or are we going with the opposition, which is the ADC and the NDC? Anyways,
I also speak to the fact that what happened in 2023 might happen. People have said it's possible. I mean, because
I don't really see that happening.
No, because votes are divided. I mean, the opposition are divided. That's what the cartoon is basically speaking.
Right.
I mean, the opposition is divided. The other one, the incumbent, with all the incumbent powers at his disposal, is still a whole. But the opposition that would have given him a fight, for his a run for his money, are divided. So,
anyways, we'll get all of this. We'll get to know by January 2027, once the election kicks off. Thank you for joining us in the studio this morning for the newspaper review, and of course, that's all that we can take on the dailies this morning. Up next is Business Week. Just stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
For 25 years, BusinessDay has delivered credible journalism, intelligent analysis, and decision-shaping insights to Nigeria and Africa's business community. Introducing Africa's first AI-integrated website, enhanced with powerful new capabilities. At the heart of the new platform is the AI-enabled chatbot, built to help you navigate stories faster, ask questions, get summaries, and access deeper context instantly. Text-to-speech functionality, allowing you to listen to articles on the go.
The Murtala Muhammad International Airport, Lagos, has recorded an 11.8% growth in air traffic.
Whether you're commuting, driving, or multitasking, BusinessDay now moves with you. And with our new language translation feature, our journalism becomes even more accessible. You can select your preferred language, thereby expanding reach across diverse audiences in Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. This innovation reinforces our commitment to being not just a news platform, but also a smart, accessible, and future-ready business intelligence hub. As we celebrate 25 years of impact, we step confidently into the future, powered by technology, driven by credibility, and focused on you. Visit the new BusinessDay website today and experience the future.
This is still the BusinessDay CEO from the 14th annual edition, and I've got a very lovely woman by my side this afternoon. Can you introduce yourself to us?
Absolutely. I'm Aderemi Saka. I'm the MD CEO of NASCON Allied Industries PLC, also known as Dangote Salt.
Fantastic. I'm going to start by asking you a simple question, really. NASCON Allied Industries relies almost entirely on imports, for its core raw materials, bringing in roughly $22 million to $24 million worth of goods annually. Now, tell me, how has this crisis in the Middle East, which has virtually halted, shipping fundamentally, how has it shifted your organization's long-term approach to maritime risk management?
For us, it hasn't really impacted in terms of our imports, but the cost of importation has gone up. Our freight charges used to run between $21 and $25, and now we're seeing freight anywhere from $31 to $40. So that definitely has a significant impact on our cost. But what we are doing as a business is to also look at ways in which we can trim down on other costs. And so we've really looked at cost saving initiatives across the board to be able to cushion that weight, because you definitely don't want to pass that on to your consumers.
Right. So we see many manufacturers they are increasingly turning to backward integration to reduce their dependence on imported raw materials. So how has this strategy helped your company?
In terms of backward integration of salt, that is very difficult because based on research, salt is not, you're not able to cultivate and to manufacture salt at the large scale within the country. But we're looking at all our other resources to see how we can really rely on local manufacturers. That is across the board in terms of our packaging material, in terms of other additives that we have to not just our salt, but also our seasoning. We're definitely relying more on local manufacturers to support those endeavors.
Now, you talked about something right there on the stage. You mentioned that energy costs amounts to up to 40% of your total input cost. So tell us more about that. Like, just break it down for us.
So that is an average across the nation, across manufacturing companies. You're seeing 30 to 40% of your costs are from energy costs. So what we have done as a business is, one, we try to ensure that all of our plants, they're running in the most efficient manner. We have a mix of both AGO generators and gas power generators. And so that is able to mitigate some of that cost. And then, again, but the major thing I would say is efficiency, ensuring that you're producing in an efficient manner and you're optimizing your capacity so that way your variable costs are significantly less per product.
Fantastic. I think we'll just leave it there today because we know you have to run and we have to wrap up. But thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you, Mr. Yomi Onubero.
Thank you so very much.
And let me congratulate you again on your appointment as the CEO of Deloitte West Africa.
Thank you.
Now let's talk about our appointment now. What's the expectations when it comes to the appointment to your clients, business alike, and also the stakeholders, regulators? What exactly is the expectation from your appointment?
Well, thank you so very much. So at Deloitte, we say we are AI-powered and human-led. And what that means is that as an organization, we want to support our clients, our people, and the country at large in leveraging the capabilities that we have within our organizations. Deloitte is the leading global professional services provider by far. It's a $74 billion business with 500,000 people, spread all around the world. And so we've got capabilities across different specialties, right? From tech to AI, to data, to cyber, to just different spectrum of financial advisory capability that clients do need. So my role and what it means to the client is being able to leverage all of those capabilities, bringing expertise within the local market, within the broader Deloitte Africa, which Deloitte Nigeria and West Africa is a member of, and more importantly from within the global network of the firm, to supporting all that our clients really need to achieve. So we're here as enabler, we're here as strategic partners to help our clients achieve their strategic ambitions.
Right, very brilliant. I must say, amazing session you had during the panel session, and you really had lots of insightful, comment to make about that panel session. But what advice, in few words, do you have for CEOs that are actually trying to navigate this economic bandwidth right now? What advice do you have for them?
Yeah, I think if I can sum it in one, I think many businesses will make do and will benefit significantly from having strategic advisors to help them navigate all of the bottlenecks that we have there's just so much that organizations need to deal with, from the barriers to the constraint to the regulation, while still ensuring they focus on their business. And so what successful organizations have done is to ensure that they focus on their core operations, core business, core capabilities, but ensuring that they leverage the skill and the expertise of advisors who've got the strength and the breadth and the specialty to handhold them and help them navigate all of the constraints and all of the challenges. So if I can sum it in one, that would be it, because operating in an environment like Nigeria can be quite challenging. Opportunities are massive. However, navigating and getting through to the end of the game can be very tough. Capital is available, but how accessible, how affordable? Skills are sometimes a challenge. What do you need to do to get them trained, to get them equipped? There are a lot of regulatory risks that you need to deal with. So becoming experts in many of those domains can be very challenging for businesses. So when businesses do that, they have very less time to focus on their own core operations, which is their own primary domain. So my advice, reserve all of your strength and all of your energy to focus on your own primary domain, but make sure that you get strategic advisors and partners to help you through, working in this environment like Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yomi, for stopping by, and congratulations again on your appointment.
Thank you so very much, and I'm really pleased to be here. Fantastic conversation. We didn't have time to go through all of the sessions, but very stimulating. I love what Business Day is doing, and we're very proud that you stayed the course for a quarter of a century, and running this show for the 14th consecutive time is something really commendable. So my appreciation to the publisher, Frank, and to all of you who are supporting the process.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right.
For 25 years, Business Day has delivered credible journalism, intelligent analysis, and decision-shaping insights to Nigeria and Africa's business community. Introducing Africa's first AI-integrated website, enhanced with powerful new capabilities. At the heart of the new platform is the AI-enabled chatbot, built to help you navigate stories faster, ask questions, get summaries, and access deeper context instantly. Text-to-speech functionality, allowing you to listen to articles on the go.
The Murtala Muhammad International Airport, Lagos, has recorded an 11.8% growth in air traffic.
Whether you're commuting, driving, or multitasking, Business Day now moves with you. And with our new language translation feature, our journalism becomes even more accessible. You can select your preferred language, thereby expanding reach across diverse audiences in Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. This innovation reinforces our commitment to being not just a news platform, but also a smart, accessible, and future-ready business intelligence hub. As we celebrate 25 years of impact, we step confidently into the future, powered by technology, driven by credibility, and focused on you. Visit the new Business Day website today and experience the future of news. For 25 years, Business Day has delivered credible journalism, intelligent analysis, and decision-shaping insights to Nigeria and Africa's business community. Introducing Africa's first AI-integrated website, enhanced with powerful new capabilities. At the heart of the new platform is the AI-enabled chatbot, built to help you navigate stories faster, ask questions, get summaries, and access deeper context instantly. Text-to-speech functionality, allowing you to listen to articles on the go.
The Murtala Muhammad International Airport, Lagos, has recorded an 11.8% growth in air traffic.
Whether you're commuting, driving, or multitasking, Business Day now moves with you. And with our new language translation feature, our journalism becomes even more accessible. You can select your preferred language, thereby expanding reach across diverse audiences in Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. This innovation reinforces our commitment to being not just a news platform, but also a smart, accessible, and future-ready business intelligence hub. As we celebrate 25 years of impact, we step confidently into the future, powered by technology, driven by credibility, and focused on you. Visit the new Business Day website today and experience the future of news. For 25 years, Business Day has delivered credible journalism, intelligent analysis,
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Pleasure of welcoming great supporters and friends from INMA. He's the president, and then of course L. Wilkinson, and then Doreen is heading the work in Africa.
Honored that you're hosting us today. We look forward to a positive exchange of ideas and strategies to make our industry better. With me is Al Wilkinson. He's President and Executive Director of International News Media Association. All welcome, guys. And we're happy to have him here. I'll let him tell you guys more about him and why he's here.
I would leave you with the idea about business days. No platform can take it. No AI can replicate it. No competitor can buy it. So here's a little advice. Defend it. Build it. Invest in it. Because folks, the decade ahead is going to belong to news organizations that are unmistakably themselves. They're not boring. They're not neutral. Who are you? Answer that question and you'll figure out the next one. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, everyone, and good to be here once again. My name is Dikbo Oladende, and we are welcome to another wonderful show of Business Week. Here are the news headline for the week. So FG's food bank can't fix Nigeria's food crisis without securing farms, US warns. Terrorists invade Kwara community over the weekend, abduct unspecific number of residents. On the foreign news, Canada imposes retaliatory tariffs on US as trade tension escalates. China's tech firm Alibaba plans 10 billion share sale to fund AI expansion. So those are the major talking points during the course of the week. You can also visit Business Day's website for more topical news around business, around Africa, and then of course the global markets. So let's dive onto the show, and this morning we'll be having a conversation with my two guests. First on the list by my far right is Wasiu Ali. He's our deputy editor for online news. Wasiu, good to be here once again.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so we also have Bumi Bailey. Bumi Bailey is our African editor at BusinessDay. Bumi, good to see you once again. Okay, yeah, so this morning we're going to be starting off the conversation talking about, so election seasons are here, and a lot of politicians or some of the key actors have already started making promises ahead of the 2027 election. And one major promise that was very topical over the weekend, even till this morning, is the decision by Atiku Abubakar to remove petrol subsidy, right? And that has attracted a lot of feedback from everyone. Even the president had reacted himself. We've seen a lot of commentaries around it. We've seen a lot of front page editorial as well. So Wasiu, what's your take about that decision?
Good morning once again. I think one of the ways by which opposition leaders can gather or garner votes or sheep sympathy is by having the idea that petrol subsidy should be returned. In the real sense of it, we all understood why petrol subsidy was removed. Nothing really to show for it, other than the petrol prices were a bit cheap, but scarcity upon scarcity has always been, the order of the day. And so the way to go was to free up that that regime and then allow for a competitive market regime. So for Atiku, I think I would want to say it's a way of gaining cheap populism. Basic economics, right, will show that returning petrol subsidy is just, moving from pillar to post. Economically, it's returning us back to where we came from in 2023, and of course, one of the key commentaries I read online over the weekend was that perhaps it's just a scheme to sway people, especially voters in the northern part of the country, or the vulnerables who are most hit by the removal of the subsidy, and then gain their sympathy, and then afterwards, when elected, they will then reverse and say, removing the subsidy, that's rhetorics would then come again. Maybe we should just continue with the non-subsidy regime. But in all, I think we need to hold these leaders accountable for their words, eventually if he wins. So that would be my take.
I support what you say about that, because for me, it's just a political statement. I mean, you are saying that you want to remove petrol subsidy when you become president. So what happens to all the gains that Nigeria has recorded over the past few years? Right? I mean, this is like already 3 years since the reforms have been implemented. And we've seen how FX reserves has risen to like higher 17-year high. We've seen capital importation. We see investors now beginning to gain confidence, although it is not complete confidence. But now when you come in and say you want to remove subsidy, how do you think investors will take you? They will not take you seriously again. Do you understand? Because, and this all boils down to the fact that how the issue of policy consistency. I mean, you come in and then another administration, I mean, is it ADC? Yeah, ADC. Yeah. You now remove the petrol subsidy. I mean, if you look over the scorecard that Oyedele last week, he talked about how much they've saved from petrol subsidy, about close to $16 trillion. So if you now bring back subsidy, how much are you going to save? So for me, you understand, I just believe that he really needs to think about what he says and not just because he wants to win vote or sympathy or something. We really have to be careful, because over the years, politicians tend to not keep to their promises. I'm not trying to applaud or support the president, right? But if you've noticed, before Tinubu came, he said he was going to remove petrol subsidy. But what shocked everybody was when it was inaugurated.
Yeah.
Immediately, that was the shock that everybody was surprised because it was really bold and daring to have really done that.
It was a shock therapy.
Exactly, it was a shock. Everybody was not expecting it, but he did it. Because if you've noticed, there's this I don't know what to call it, narration, or what people would say that when politicians become president or governors, they will take the first 2 years to recoup how much they've spent to get votes. And then when it comes to the third time, they'll now start trying to build. Because look, I'm not, for example, look at fine, Lagos now, right? I've noticed that in my area, I've just been seeing people doing street lights, road, a lot of construction going on. And it's really, exactly, and it happens the third year after they've come in. They'll give you the excuse that, not like, it's not known in the public, but what they would say is that they would try and get the money that they've spent back. Do you understand? That they will now start thinking about the piece. So we really have to be careful about that removal of petrol subsidy.
Well, I mean, so I hear both of you. Very, very strong point about the fact that, yes, petrol subsidy needs to go. But then again, this is me not playing the devil's advocate, but then looking at it from another point of view. Now, yes, a whole lot of gains from petrol subsidy removal. But then, when that gains have not really translated to, doesn't mean much for the average man in their pockets, do you think Atiku would stand a chance? Because again, yes, I mean, Tayo said we've saved over 15 trillion from petrol subsidy removal, about 20 trillion overall from thanks to the reform. But then again, the government expenditure increased by about 30 trillion.
Yeah.
So yes, we can say yes, a lot of gains are happening. But then if these reforms have not translated much to the pockets of the average Nigerians, don't you think that, especially looking at the core northern states where all the year is under Buhari's regime, we used to hear talks about, Sebaba have said ABC, and everybody just swings along. They don't interrogate data well enough. But now, for a set of people who don't interrogate data, that's one. And then secondly, they are paying petrol for 1,300. But then these gains have not meant much to the average Nigerians on the streets. So that conversation about petrol subsidy removal, yes, everybody agrees it needs to go. But if the gains doesn't translate to people, then it begs the question of in a election period, don't you think this vulnerable set of people would appeal to Atiku? I mean, I was reading Mr. Ulu, the owner of the CEO of budgets, Onigbinde, Onigbinde, and then was advocating for, rather than share the money, the gains of subsidy removal, rather than share it to the governors, there should be a buffer where the money will be kept, and then states who would access that money have to make a presentation to the federal government that, we need to access this money in order to do A, B, C, D, and then the federal government will release the money to them. Something similar to the excess crude accounts, right? Where you keep saving, and then if a state needs it, you apply alongside the infrastructure you need to do what you need for it, and then the money will be released to you. And so when you are not carrying that project out for the specific money you desired it for, then they can invite the EFCC and the IPC. So that was his own recommendation, rather than sharing it to the three tiers of government. But again, like I was saying, in an election season, petrol subsidy removal is going to be topical, right? Yeah. So what do you think the electorate should be watching out for in terms of campaign promises? Beyond, again, before coming in, I was discussing about, there's a presidential candidate, I can't remember her name now. She promised 10,000 megawatts in 2 weeks. I mean, I don't know how feasible that is. Adding to, we've struggled with 5,000, with 4,500 for like 10, 15 years, and somebody is promising 10,000 megawatts in less than 60 days. So again, what should the electorate be looking out for in this campaign season?
I think what they need to do is to look at the personality of the person. I don't know the person you talked about. What's her name?
I can't. So, I'll dig that up.
So what I would do is I would want to look at her track record. That is what I want to see first. I want to see, have you worked in public service before? Are you just talking from a private sector perspective? Because I remember then, every election year, when presidential candidates would say this is what the promises they would, or their, what they call it, is it their promises or manifesto? Yeah. So we'll try and break it down to see if this is visible, if this is possible, with the way the economy is growing, can you achieve that? So for me, I think what needs to be done is to look at the track record of the people who want to vote for, and see, okay, fine, these candidates, whatever they've done, has it been achievable? How are they able to do it? Because like I said, I've made mention of this earlier in the show, that if you look at our ministerial cabinets, according to Abati, even when they brought them in, I don't think even up to half of them understand the portfolio or the ministry they're actually operating or they're heading. And that's the problem. You just see people, okay, I mean, I don't know, as Atiku worked in the petrol, has he worked in... Well, has he worked in the oil and gas sector before?
Custom, and yeah, that's pretty. And then he was a former vice president.
That's good. That is. So I just believe that if you worked in a sector that actually contributes more than half or 70% to your overall revenue, do you understand? You need to understand the nitty-gritty, because I remember then, before Tinubu came in, when I would listen into one of our editorial. Every once a month would listen to it. Somebody said that if a president is only a madman that will become the president of this country, because the problems in this is even beyond the bone. Like when it's like as if it needs serious deliverance, because the corruption that we have in this country would prevent so and so and so from happening. So that for me is just to look at the track record of the candidates and see what they've done so far.
So I hear you, we need to be more, the citizens need to be more informed and be involved in the process, right?
Yes.
We need to, looking at the ministers, we have over 36, and I'm not sure I know more than 5 or 6.
I don't even know any of them.
I mean, Wasu, do you want to have a...
So I think we also need to understand what we want as citizens. Yeah. Do we want to be queuing for as long as possible to get fuel, or you could drive in or walk into a filling station and get petrol instantly? So we need to really look at what we want. Yes, the macro gains have not yet translated into micro gains, and then it's understandable that people will be angry, or people would feel, oh, this guy is just punishing us. Because to be fair, on the streets, for vulnerable households, the president has not done anything good for them. But for people that really understand what the economy was under the former president and what it is now, then you know that, no, things have really changed. So we really need to, as citizens, follow certain numbers, see things as they are, and then sit down and just have this resolve in our mind. Are we going to follow populism? Are we going to follow through with reforms? Remember that the World Bank had said before these reforms begin to translate into microgains, it will take between 10 to 15 years for countries that have, done this kind of radical reform. So we can't expect a radical reform to easily translate into, swelling pockets. So it's a no-brainer. But again, the government still needs to, buckle down.
I also think we need to hold our governments accountable. If you look at you mentioned about, is it 20 trillion, right, that they got from overall, including the removal of the subsidy.
Yeah.
You could see that about 9.3 was allocated to wages. And because of the increase, the minimum wage increase that's kicked in. And apart from that, out of that 20 trillion, I think, is it 41%? I can't recall. A major part of that revenue went to the states. So that tells you that states have more money now.
Of course.
Look at FAC allocation, right? I mean, before the subsidy, it was maybe around July 2023, was around close to 900 billion naira. and now it has increased to about, I think I saw an article in fact that is around
3
3
trillion.
trillion.
Yeah.
That tells you that the fact has increased by even almost 4 times. Do you understand? So it's now up to the state, because what the World Bank said in a Nigerian Economic Summit Forum this year, that the states are closer to. Do you understand? So the federal level, they've done their part by increasing revenue. Do you understand? So, but I think now what we need to do is now to hold the states accountable. Like you talked about, we have a scorecard, right? So if, for example, the governor says he wants to spend so amount from the budget, but he's trying to justify an increase line item in the budget. Okay, so what have you done so far with this thing? How has he been able to reach people, or in a way reduce poverty numbers in the country? So that's what we have to do. And also, when you talked about the people on the streets, so what we have to understand is, fine, prices are on a high side, but let us look at where we were between now and maybe, let's say, 2 years ago. If you've noticed, right, inflation was as high as 33% in 2020. I think in 2024. No, 2024 was high as 33%. Do you understand? 2023 was around, it was high as 23%. But look at on average now, I think we closed to around maybe 17% last year. So we need to look at the pace of price increase.
Okay.
It's still rising, right? But we need to look at the pace of growth. That's what I'm just saying, based on the data available, inflation numbers, we are better now compared to where we were last year or 2 years ago. Because when you remove subsidy, prices went up seriously. Yeah. Okay. But if you look at it now, it is not as high. So that's what we have to pay attention to. It's still on the high side, but it's,
all right. Thanks, Bumi, for your insights. Wasu was very good points. So what does the citizens want? Do they want cheap petrol that is not accessible?
That's accessible.
Or expensive petrol that is accessible? Which would you prefer? But, and I've been here analyzing. You've done the analysis already.
I would prefer, personally, I would prefer an accessible petrol, expensive.
How about you?
So accessible, expensive.
Okay, I think both of them they've gone through various phases while waiting for petrol, so it's easy for you to prioritize. Look, just give me the products, even if it's slightly expensive. I would rather get the product and walk in rather than go through those eras of waiting endlessly at filling station. All right, so it's time for us to go on a break, and we'll be right back to continue the conversation. Please stay in touch.
Nigeria, a land of boundless energy, driven by the pulse of over 200 million dreams. At the heart of this momentum stands a giant, Seplat Energy, an indigenous powerhouse accounting for a vital share of Nigeria's oil and gas output, propelled by the historic acquisition milestone with the acquisition of ExxonMobil's onshore and shallow water assets, significantly expanding its production capacity and marking its entry into offshore operations. We are the engine of prosperity, Nigeria's leading domestic gas supplier, with a total gas production output of 2.7 billion cubic feet, and the landmark Ano gas project delivering first gas. We have elevated our total processed gas output to 855 million standard cubic feet per day onshore. Indeed, we have brought domestic gas utilization to new heights, powering industries and securing energy for millions. But we are not just growing production, we're growing responsibly. By ending routine flares, we are decarbonizing our operations today to protect the Nigeria of tomorrow. Our reach is expanding. From offshore gas distribution to the growth of CNG for transport and industry, we are deepening our presence across the entire value chain. Our impact reaches the grassroots. Through innovative mini-grid projects, we are bringing clean, reliable energy to local communities, fueling economic empowerment where it's needed most. We are more than an energy company. We are a partner in progress, a leader in the energy transition, a giant rooted in Nigeria for Nigeria. Seplat Energy, leading Nigeria's energy transition, powering the future.
At Providus Bank, we're committed to your growth and success. You're never alone on the journey. Our personalized relationship banking is how we do things together. It's what sets us apart. We value every individual and partnership and treat them as such. We're committed to helping you grow and celebrating your success. This is your life story, your future, your forward. This is all about you. Let's move you forward. Providus Bank.
Looking for fast and reliable answers to your business and economic questions? Meet SIA, Business Day's Strategic Intelligence Assistant, Nigeria's first AI-powered news chatbot. Simply visit businessday.ng, click the SIA chat icon, and ask your question in plain language. Whether it's inflation, market trends, company insights, government policies, or personal finance, SIA delivers instant answers powered by Business Day's trusted journalism. Smarter insights, faster decisions. Visit businessday.ng today and discover the future of business intelligence with SIA.
Okay, welcome back, and good to be here once again. And let's not forget to always visit the Business Day's website, www.businessday.ng, for up-to-date information about topical news around the economy, around business, and then, of course, around Africa as well. So continuing the conversation, we started off about FAC already, and we'll just stay on the conversation as well. A lot of spotlights on the governors now. Right. What are they expected? What is expected from them as at this point in time? A lot of them are having access to record revenue, right? Some of them are having access to funds they've not seen in probably the lifetime of that state. Yeah. But then what we've noticed, and I give two instances. One last week, the governor of Ondo State, I don't know if any of you saw the news, appointed 1,000 aides at once. In August last month, the governor of Edo State as well appointed about 4,697 special advisors as well. Now, in a period where all of these governors have access to this kind of money, should appointments of aides or special advisors be the topical things, or should infrastructure be at the front burner? What should be the standard in which will be holding states accountable to in the coming years ahead? What should you want to start?
Yeah, I think I would just want to start off with those two examples of states you've mentioned, Edo particularly. If you look at states in Nigeria now, they are flush with cash. They are seeing record cash level, and of course, the most ironical part is that as much cash as available, poverty is also rising, in some.
And state inflation as well.
And state inflation is rising, so it's alarming. So for the states you've mentioned now, if you look at the appointments, their political appointments, obviously, cronies have been supporting them for quite a long time. It's their time to also eat from the cakes, supposedly. And so Edo now was reported to be battling with higher debts. So if a state like that now has more cash is not looking into turning it into infrastructure that would again boost productivity, that would usher in investment into the state, then I think it's a misplaced priority on the governor's side. And for the local governments, obviously we now have LG autonomy, whether it is being practiced in principle or it's just theoretical. The Supreme Court has given that verdict. For some states, they still queue in the government house to collect theirs. And some they disburse it independently. So again, it still comes down to accountability. In every of this scheme, the citizen has a lot to do. Right. When I was in the uni, was the first time I realized that representatives in the National Assembly can be recalled. And if you look at Nigeria, I don't think that process has ever happened.
Yeah, because it's a very tedious process.
I know.
I'm not sure it's realistic it's feasible. Yes, on paper it exists.
Yes.
But in terms of the feasibility of it in practical terms,
again, the feasibility lies in the hands of the lawmakers. So of course they will make certain laws that will make it a lot tedious to achieve. So I think states really need to start investing heavily on capital projects, infrastructure, basically, because you can't develop a state without developing its infrastructure. And infrastructure is not just road.
Of course.
It's not just building schools. All forms of infrastructure, schools, hospitals, electricity, roads, and all that you could think about. So if those things are in place, you can't necessarily penetrate all parts of the state in 4 times or in your 8-year tenure.
Okay.
But the ones that you can do, ensure that it is done well and touch the most important parts of it, so that the multiplier effect can be felt in the economy.
Thanks, Wasu. So Bumi, to you, my question to you would be on, so Wasu have said infrastructure should be the key standard in which we will hold governors accountable at the next election. He's also proposing that the citizens should be more involved. But my question to you, Bumi, is the citizens are not policemen, they are not law enforcement agencies. All the law enforcement agencies in Nigeria, we have the EFCC, we have the ICPC, we have the police, we have there's this fraud unit as well, NFIDU. I can't remember the full context as well, which are also targeted as going after things around corruption, things around fraud, things around misappropriation of funds. Would you think should be holding the governors or the local government chairman responsible? The citizens who don't have guns, or the institutions of government who were set up specifically to address these purposes?
I think it's both, because one cannot do without the other. I mean, if you look at the people from the people's side, right? So this is where I think we need the media too. I don't know what can be done. Do you understand? Maybe, I think their businesses have different associations. That mean there are different associations for different businesses, husband and co, maybe man or co, because they have businesses registered in their association and they are also closer to the people. So there should be a way maybe to have like a town hall, do you understand, and invite the media that so have made promises, but we are yet to see this translating, do you understand, into gains, do you understand? I mean, I was at an event last week where they asked the question to the World Bank that we have the revenue. So what is really the problem? Why are we not seeing this stability now translating into the creation of jobs so that it can remove people from poverty? And what he said is that, yes, they've seen that revenue has increased, the states are flush with cash, but the problem is they are not seeing that investment in education and health, which is very important. That's what that I really took from. He is saying that he has not seen that investment in education and health, and it's largely from the states. We have to stop looking at it from the federal level. we need to hold, like you talked about accountability. Fine, we hold the federal government accountable, right? But we need to now come down to the states, because you see, they are flushed with cash. You said something that they have not seen the amount of revenue allocated in a very long time. Look at the local government. There's a time somebody was telling me that a local government, do you understand, gets about 2.4 billion every month. And what does that tell you? And yet you are not seeing a lot of that in infrastructural projects. Look at the aspect of going back to the petrol, the increments in the revenue that they've gotten. Do you know that I think about 18 trillion was allocated to wages? And you are telling me that the Edo State governor and I think Ondo State governor now employed more aides or something. That leads to an increase in wages. You are bringing more people and you are increasing your current expenditure. Where would that lead you? And your capital expenditure is minimum. Capital expenditure only got about, maybe let's say 6 trillion. And your recurrence got about how much? And maybe debt service. What does that tell you? Is that a country that we are even going to really move forward? So for me, the federal government has done what they can. Just like the CBN, do you understand? They've been able to, our foreign reserves has reached about maybe close to $53 billion. Do you understand? Capital investments are already coming in, only maybe just short-term investments. But now it boils down. I know that then they always say that they need the physical side to come in. Because if you look at the capital importation, it's only 5 states. Because over the past few years, I would always see, out of 36 states, only 5 states are able to attract investments. And usually the commercial cities, maybe Lagos, Abuja, Ekiti, Ako. So my own is, we need to find a way to make the state, because the states have to find a way to attract investments. Maybe when they begin to become entrepreneurial, then we'll begin to see those reform begin to translate to gains for the economy.
Okay, thanks for the insights, Bumi. And so that leads us to the next conversation as well. So again, BIU said, look, we need to watch our expenditure budgets because it's bloating. Speaking about that expenditure is what is leading our third conversation. There's another fake agency at the Aso Rock. First of all, a lot of people thought the Adeyemi incident was probably a flash in the pan, probably a one-off thing, something that is probably we are not going to see in our lifetime again. But now, the ICPC have uncovered another fake agency at the Secretary General's
just less than 1 month
office. Now, again, we've said a lot about how bloated our expenditure is. There's a report I saw today that expenditure have crossed over $1 trillion naira, right? Now, how can we as a country or as a state or as a local government level, irrespective of the levels of government we are, how can we move forward if first of all, we usually complain that look, our budget is small compared to the budget of South Africa, compared to the budget of other developing countries. Yes, but despite that small budget, despite that limited resources, it seems that a lot of things that are not of priority to the government seems to be finding their way inside the budget. And then it brings me back to the Onosari reports that said, look, we need to merge a lot of agencies and government institutions together. A lot of people have argued that look, there's no reason why we should have ICPC and we should have the EFCC. It's a duplication of role. Let one agency solve the two functions together. A lot of people have argued that why do we have a Ministry of Information and then we still have a lot of special advisors to the president, about 4 or 5 of them, on same communication, when the Ministry of Communication could have handled all the communication of all the ministries of government and then of course of the presidency. Wasi, what's your view about this? First of all, the fact that I don't think that this new agency, this fake agency is also the latest. I think there's more. It just depends on how closely you are looking into the box. And then what do you think is the way forward in terms of moving on from our bloated? Because I remember when you were here last week, we talked about Osun State. We talked about the fact that the state is more or less a civil servant state where the government does 19% of its revenues, both internally generated revenue and FAC allocation, are used to
pay wages.
to pay wages and salaries at the same time, and then of course clear pensions as well. How do we get a structure where the federal, the state, and the local governments are thinking beyond payment of salaries, beyond bloated expenditures, to more capital-driven resources that will drive production, drive productivity, and then that will trickle down to everyone at the state level?
Well, let me start with the fake agency. I think one of the reasons why certain projects, capital projects, expenditure are not really getting done is because we have some of this non-existing agency, or well, existing agency but not authorized agency, because they are existing because they have budgetary applications,
of course,
unfortunately, and and the government seems not to recognize them. So that means that monies that were supposed to be used to, say, build hospital, build schools, primary health centers, are being shared by certain persons in the presidency, unfortunately. So I think it's a way to go, and it's a way, to build confidence. If you recall that the Adeyemi saga raised, some sort of confidence concerns in the government. If an agency that supposedly is, superintending intermediary between the government and the foreign mission, that says a lot about your government, your policy. So I think the ICPC is doing a great job, and I think they should dig deeper. Perhaps we'll see more. So that would just be my comments.
Okay, and we'll take your last take. We are pressed for time. I think it was the clerk of the National Assembly who said about 13,000 people go to the National Assembly on a daily basis. They call it, we have the most busiest National Assembly in the world, but then again, it translates to nothing if GDP per capita is still very low, if hospitals in Lagos are still struggling to get bed spaces, if schools, out of school children is still, in Nigeria, is still one of the highest in the world. All of that means nothing if we are still struggling with all of these indices. What's your take on it? It's a long story, but you have 1 minute.
Wow, okay, so I think I would just say that we need to try and find a way to. You said we have about 13 that goes to National Assembly, right?
Yes, according to the clerk, 13,000 people go to the National Assembly on a daily basis.
Please, I don't understand. What do we 13,000? How many populate? In fact, it's a wish for me. I think I need to compare. If I compare that to other African countries, like you said, it's the biggest. I really don't see that. Do you understand? You see them in the National Assembly talking about bills that are meant to be passed, some unnecessary bills. Do you understand? So for me, I just think it all boils down to accountability and audit. When we talked about the aspect of the agencies, it just shows how porous it is. In fact, maybe you and I can start up an agency. You understand?
Okay, thank you.
That's what I think.
Thank you so much. We are pressed for time, and Bumi says we need to audit everyone, including ourselves here, and find out where exactly we are in terms of the actual numbers of what we need in order to develop Nigeria. Thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you so much to my guest for spending time with us to talk about the economy today. And again, for our viewers, let's not forget to visit www.businessday.ng to get topical news about Nigeria's economy, the politics, and then, of course, the global scene. Good to see you all, and can't wait to see you guys next week. Bye.
Hi. See Mr. Muda.
Pleasure of welcoming great supporters and friends from INMA. He's the president, and then of course L. Wilkinson, and then Dorin is heading the work in Africa.
Honored that you're hosting us today. We look forward to a positive exchange of ideas and strategies to make our industry better. With me is Al Wilkinson. He's President and Executive Director of International Media Association. All welcome, guys. And we're happy to have him here. I'll let him tell you guys more about him and why he's here.
I would leave you with the idea about business days. No platform can take it. No AI can replicate it. No competitor can buy it. So here's a little advice. Defend it. Build it. Invest in it. Because folks, the decade ahead is going to belong to huge organizations that are unmistakably themselves. They're not boring. They're not neutral. Who are you? Answer that question. You'll figure out the next one. Thanks a lot.
Pleasure of welcoming great supporters and friends from INMA. He's the president, and then of course L. Wilkinson, and then Dorin is heading the work in Africa.
Honored that you're hosting us today. We look forward to a positive exchange of ideas and strategies to make our industry better. With me is Al Wilkinson. He's President and Executive Director of International Media Association. All welcome, guys. And we're happy to have him here. I'll let him tell you guys more about him and why he's here.
I would leave you with the idea about business days. No platform can take it. No AI can replicate it. No competitor can buy it. So here's a little advice. Defend it. Build it. Invest in it. Because folks, the decade ahead is going to belong to huge organizations that are unmistakably themselves. They're not boring. They're not neutral. Who are you? Answer that question. You'll figure out the next one. Thanks a lot.
Pleasure of welcoming great supporters and friends from INMA. He's the president, and then of course L. Wilkinson, and then Dorin is heading the work in Africa.
honored that you're hosting us today. We look forward to a positive exchange of ideas and strategies to make our industry better. With me is Al Wilkinson. He's President and Executive Director of International News Media Association. All welcome, guys. And we're happy to have him here. I'll let him tell you guys.
And welcome back to the Business Morning live show right here on Business Day Television. My name is Deborah Eze. Now let's move to our topics of conversation this morning. We're examining the implication of reversing Nigeria's economic reforms. Nigeria's economic reform journey has delivered some measurable gains, from improved government revenues and greater stability in the foreign exchange market to stronger external reserves, a wider trade surplus, and a recovery in investor confidence. But for many Nigerians and businesses, the big question remains: when will macroeconomic stability begin to translate into better living standards and lower operating costs? The Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, CPPE, is warning that reversing the reforms could undermine investor confidence, weaken fiscal stability, and destabilize the foreign exchange market. But the organization is also making an important argument. Nigeria cannot simply celebrate improved macroeconomic numbers while households continue to struggle with purchasing power, businesses face high energy, financing and logistics, and also regulatory costs. CPPE, I beg your pardon, says the next phase must move from stabilization to productivity, with a sharper focus on jobs, investment, competitiveness, and living standard. And of course, joining us to unpack this is Muda Yusuf, is the Chief Executive Officer of the Center for Promotion of Private Enterprise, CPPE. Good morning, Mr. Muda Yusuf. It's good to have you on the Business Morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you.
All right, let's start with the headline claim, which is CPPE says reversing economic reforms could threaten Nigeria's stability and investor confidence. So speak to us. What specific reforms reversal are you most concerned about, and what would be the immediate economic consequences to this reform?
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, we're in an election or political transition period, and we're getting all manner of pronouncements as to what direction the economy should go in the next political dispensation. I'm talking about 2027. And for some of us, we have some major reforms that have been put in place by this administration. And this is not about being partisan. This is about looking at things from a purely economic and investment perspective. Those reforms have put Nigeria on a steady recovery path, and we are making a lot of progress. A lot of distortions are being corrected, and some of these distortions have been there for close to 30 years. So we're on a recovery path. We don't want anything that will lead us out of that path, without definitely being partisan. And some of the reforms, of course, are very well known. We have the foreign exchange reforms. We have the fuel subsidy or oil and gas sector reform. There are also power sector reform. We have reform around our, monetary policy reform. We have the tax reform. We have the energy sector reform or power sector. These are some of the major reforms. And generally, these reforms are pulling the economy in the right direction. So as much as possible, we want to encourage all stakeholders, particularly those in the political space, to stay focused, to stay on the course of the reforms. I'm not saying those reforms are perfect. If there is need to review, of course, we can review in the light of implementation experience, but certainly not for us to begin to reverse those reforms, because it will create a lot more damage, and it is bad signaling, to investors both domestically and foreign, to begin to signal that these reforms will be reversed. So that is why we have decided to caution, particularly those in the political space, that they should refrain from, projecting the idea of reversing the reforms because of the progress that has been made so far.
Dr. Muda, you acknowledged that the reforms have produced gains in government revenues, FX stability, external reserves, and trade and investor confidence. But Nigerians are still asking, where is the benefit? So at what point do you think we should expect this macroeconomic gains to translate into cheaper living costs, higher incomes, and also better welfare?
Well, we have to be careful the way we look at these things. This reform is a journey, and we have made some progress even in terms of the benefits to the people. It may not have trickled down significantly the way we expect it to do, but it is a process. Because if you don't fix the macro fundamentals, it is very difficult for you to begin to progress thereafter in terms of growing investment, in terms of poverty reduction, and so on. The economic situation today is not as bad as what it was 2-3 years ago. So that's an evidence that there's an incremental improvement. The foreign exchange volatility that we had in 2023, 2024, even up to early part of 2025, it's not the same thing as we have today. The foreign reserve that we had 2 years ago is not the same thing as we have today. Our trade balances, 2 years ago has improved significantly. Our market capitalization and investment in the capital market has improved significantly over the past 2-3 years. So the point to make is that the reform process is a journey. And if we are talking about correcting distortions that have been in place for over 30 years, it will take some time to fully recover from those corrections because this stabilization has a cost, which is part of what we are referencing in terms of inflation, particularly cost of living. And in any case, the fact that businesses are recovering, the fact that there's now more confidence in the economy, it's already bringing some benefits, to the citizens in terms of the fact that more jobs are now being created, the corporates are doing much better, people are hiring a lot more, and more importantly, is the fact that the revenue outcomes has been very significant, especially for the subnationals. Many of the subnationals have seen an increase in revenue of 200%, 300%, 400%. You need to look at their budgets and you see the kind of budget that they are putting out there, and they're implementing those budgets. Even though we can interrogate the quality of spending, we can interrogate their choice of spending, so that those things can trickle down. But a lot of impact has been generated at the subnational level. So it is for us to now begin to engage a lot more with the federal and with the subnationals to ensure that we get a lot more granular in terms of the benefits of this reform, in terms of using the resources that both the federal and the state government now have to ensure that they address the basic needs of the people. That is where we are. But as I said, it's a journey. And of course, there's always a cost to this.
Right. So the CPPE have said that the next phase must move from stabilization to productivity. Now, what exactly do you think the government should be doing differently now? And what are 3 or 4 reforms that should become the priority?
Well, the number one issue that is confronting at least most of us now in the economy is the issue of security. Because without security, there is very little you can do. And it's more pronounced in some regions than the others. So the government needs to do a lot more, to fix the security by ensuring that we appropriate properly, resources to deal with the problem of insecurity, and more importantly, to constantly review the strategy of tackling insecurity so that you can get a lot more results than we are getting now. The second point, which is also part of what you can call the structural problems, is to deal with this electricity challenge. We have the power sector reform, but the pace of recovery has been extremely very slow. That for me, I think is also, particularly in the real sector of the economy, to be able to access funds that are appropriate for production. I'm talking about appropriateness in terms of the cost of the fund and the tenure of funds. I mean, if you are assessing credit at 25%, at 30%, it is very difficult for you to be able to sustain an investment in manufacturing, in agriculture, in real estate, in infrastructure, in mining. So these are some of the critical things that we need to do. And of course, infrastructure, road network, logistics, railway system, these are things that can enhance productivity. And if you have better productivity, you'll be able to create more jobs, you'll be able to alleviate poverty.
All right, let's look at the electricity sector right now. It contracted by 15.3% in the first quarter of 2026. So, and even as manufacturing and also agriculture recorded growth, right? So how sustainable is the Nigeria economy recovery if the power sector, arguably the backbone of industrial productivity, is still contracting?
Well, it's a major issue, and that is why we have to prioritize fixing the power sector. I understand that it can be politically challenging because to correct the distortions in the power sector will require that we tinker with the tariffs. And because the citizens and many businesses have not recovered to now be talking about increasing tariffs in electricity. So that is one major challenge. But we need to holistically look at that sector and look at how we can increase investment, how we can generate more liquidity, how we can decentralize it. Of course, already we have a decentralization. The states too have been empowered now to go into power sector to set up their own regulatory institutions. That is part of decentralization. Then people are talking about mini grids, they are talking about captive power. A lot of interest is now being shown in the area of renewable energy. So there are various propositions and various solutions that are coming up. But the government needs to put the appropriate framework in place to ensure, because without electricity, it will be very difficult to industrialize. It will be very difficult to ensure that we raise the level of productivity in the economy across all sectors. So that is the way I will respond to your question.
So one of the major burden for businesses is interest rates. You argue that moderating inflation and better fiscal monetary coordination should create room for lower financing costs. So what would it take for the CBN to ease rates without having to put the gains in inflation and FX stability at risk?
Well, first of all, we need to also interrogate a few hypotheses, because there is a disposition in the policies, particularly monetary policy space, that the current inflation that we have can largely be tackled by tightening of monetary policy. And the argument of some of us is that there's a limit to which monetary policy tightening can tackle the problem of inflation. Because Nigeria inflation is essentially structural, is essentially driven by supply side factors, and tightening monetary policy cannot effectively address supply side issues, cannot effectively address structural issues. So that is why we feel that the attention should be more on how we can address the structural issue, boost productivity, address the supply bottlenecks in the economy, so that we can unlock more outputs, more production. If you have better production, we strengthen the supply side, it is possible that we have a moderation in inflation, so that the CBN is not too focused on interest rates hike as a solution to inflation. So that is a basis to argue that we can also begin to look at the possibility of even easing the rate at least a bit to give some right kind of signaling. The second point to make is that we need to strengthen our development finance window. Because for a developing economy, we cannot be running full throttle on market principles. There has to be a development finance window. Of course, they already exist. We have the Bank of Industry, we have the Bank of Agriculture, we have Development Bank of Nigeria, we have NEXIM. But they have capitalization issues. So they are not able to provide the necessary support for those sectors of the economy that require lower interest rates and longer tenor funds. So that is the way I think we can go about it. First, in a non-inflationary way, is to look at the development finance institutions to see how we can strengthen them better. So also to look at the possibility of ensuring that we have partial guarantees to support those who want to invest in some critical sectors of the economy. So there are quite a number of non-inflationary approaches that can be used by the central bank in conjunction with the fiscal authorities to ensure that we bring down interest rates, particularly at least for a start for some critical sectors of the economy, so that we can be able to strengthen the supply side of the economy, address the structural issues in the economy, and ultimately bring down the level of inflation.
Right. Dr. Muda, you are also calling for states to turn their increased revenue into a visible development dividend, if I'm correct. Now, given the substantial increase in allocations to many states, how do we ensure that, the additional fiscal space translates into roads, healthcare, education, power, and also security, and also enterprise support, rather than just simply higher recurrent expenditure?
Well, this is a very important point because the states, which is the subnationals, are the biggest beneficiaries of this reform from a revenue point of view. You need to look at the budgets they have, the allocations they are getting, and even their internally generated revenues. It has increased significantly. Although some people have argued that these increases are just nominal increases. But my position is that even if we discount for inflation, those increases are still significant. But the question is, how are they spending this money? Are they spending it to address the concerns of their citizens? Are they spending it to ease the problem of poverty? Are they spending it to ensure that basic needs of the citizens are more accessible to their citizens? So it is a major debate that we need to continue to have at the level of the subnationals, because the subnationals are closer to the people, they have more resources, they also can easily identify what the needs of their people are, what needs to be done to bring their people out of poverty, So that engagement has to take place. And this also requires some, better citizens' participation in governance, citizens' engagement in governance. Because democracy is not just about elections. It's also about continuous engagement of those that we have elected. So that citizen activism or citizen participation is still very low. Perhaps, of course, our democracy is still evolving. Because once we vote, we go to bed and we wait until another election. That is not supposed to be. So it is important to engage the subnationals to ensure that they invest a lot more in mass transit, that is public transportation, rural roads, healthcare, education, agri productivity, supporting small businesses. These are the things that the subnationals should be doing in order to ensure that the impact of this reform is felt at the grassroots level. So the subnationals have a very big role to play, in taking advantage of the additional resources they are having to be able to ensure that the citizens feel the impact a lot more. So that is what I think, because right now, what most of them are doing, they are building, big offices, renovating government houses, buying SUVs for traditional rulers and political office holders, building huge secretariats, building new airports, setting up airlines. All of these things, most of these things don't trickle down in terms of impact on the citizens and also to address poverty. So we need to recalibrate the way they spend, at the subnational level. I must admit that some of them are doing well. They are providing buses for their citizens at subsidized rate and all of that. Some of them are supporting their citizens with inputs for agriculture and all of that, but they can do a lot more. So that is the essence of that particular proposition, that the subnationals have to do a lot more, to ensure that the citizens enjoy the benefits, of these current reforms.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muda. You actually answered my next question, which was actually the delicate balance, because the CPP is saying that the reform should not be reversed, but the policy framework should remain flexible and continuously recalibrated. And you actually answered what the government should do in order to adjust the reform without having to create more uncertainty that investors most especially would fear. Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Live. Really appreciate your presence.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
All right, we'll be speaking to Dr. Muda Yusuf. He's the Chief Executive Officer of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, that is the CPPE. And of course, the Business Morning is still live. Up next is the social listening segment. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria, a land of boundless energy, driven by the pulse of over 200 million dreams. At the heart of this momentum stands a giant, Seplat Energy, an indigenous powerhouse accounting for a vital share of Nigeria's oil and gas output, propelled by the historic acquisition milestone with the acquisition of ExxonMobil's onshore and shallow water assets, significantly expanding its production capacity and marking its entry into offshore operations. We are the engine of prosperity, Nigeria's leading domestic gas supplier with a total gas production output of 2.7 billion cubic feet, and the landmark Ano gas project delivering first gas. We have elevated our total processed gas output to 855 million standard cubic feet per day onshore. Indeed, we have brought domestic gas utilization to new heights, powering industries and securing energy for millions. But we are not just growing production, we're growing responsibly. By ending routine flares, we are decarbonizing our operations today to protect the Nigeria of tomorrow. Our reach is expanding. From offshore gas distribution to the growth of CNG for transport and industry, we are deepening our presence across the entire value chain. Our impact reaches the grassroots. Through innovative mini-grid projects, we are bringing clean, reliable energy to local communities, fueling economic empowerment where it's needed most. We are more than an energy company. We are a partner in progress, a leader in the energy transition, a giant rooted in Nigeria for Nigeria. Seplat Energy, leading Nigeria's energy transition, powering the future.
Looking for fast and reliable answers to your business and economic questions? Meet SIA, Business Day's strategic intelligence assistant, Nigeria's first AI-powered news chatbot. Simply visit businessday.ng, click the SIA chat icon, and ask your question in plain language. Whether it's inflation, market trends, company insights, government policies, or personal finance, SIA delivers instant answers powered by Business Day's trusted journalism. Smarter insights, faster decisions. Visit businessday.ng today and discover the future of business intelligence with SIA.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Pleasure of welcoming great supporters and friends from INMA. He's the president, and then of course L. Wilkinson, and then Dorin is heading the work in Africa.
Honored that you're hosting us today. We look forward to a positive exchange of ideas and strategies to make our industry better. With me is Al Wilkinson. He's President and Executive Director of International News Media Association. All right, guys. And we're happy to have him here. I'll let him tell you guys more about him and why he's here.
you with the idea about business days. No platform can take it. No AI can replicate it. No competitor can buy it. So here's a little advice. Defend it. Build it. Invest in it. Because folks, the decade ahead is going to belong to huge organizations that are unmistakably themselves. They're not boring. They're not neutral. Who are you? Answer that question and you'll figure out the next one. Thanks a lot.
Welcome back to the Business Morning Live. Of course, you know, with sparking conversations, then we're bringing it to your seat. Welcome to the social listening segment, where we bring you the stories, debates, and moments generating conversations across social media. I am Deborah Eze. And now let's get into what is making waves online. For the first conversation today, veteran Nollywood actor Taiwo Hassan, popularly known as Ogogo, has died at the age of 66 after battling cancer. The actor reportedly died on Sunday following his struggles with the illness. The development comes days after Kira and her sister Alima reviewed that their father had been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer and appealed for public support as the family sought treatment options. Hassan was a prominent figure in the Nigerian film industry, particularly known for his roles in Yoruba language productions. Now let's see the video if we have one.
Everybody, I used to call my sister. I used to call them. My family. Nobody called me. Oh. Nobody called me. My daddy is dead, sir. I don't believe them. I can't take like 5 minutes ago. I want to go home. Please let me go home, sir. I can't.
Welcome back. That was really heartbreaking to watch. And if there's something about Ogogo that I remember, it's something they used to say, action, be Ogogo. It's really, really sad to see this. But let's take a look at some of the reactions on social media, how netizens are reacting to this. And of course, the first reaction from Olusha CG Tech, and said, "This hit so hard. Ogogo gave us decades of pure classic entertainment and culture. Praying for peace for his daughters and entire family in this heavy moment." Another reaction from YQ and said, "May God forgive the father and grant the family fortitude to bear the loss. Watching this is totally strange. You heard of your parent death and the next thing is to set camera for TikTok live. I'm afraid if there is any sincerity about grief and happiness left in our society." Another reaction from Yusuf, and he said, "She even has the energy of and composure to hold phone to stream the death of her father. I still find it hard to understand some doings in this generation." Another reaction from Comrade Ayomzi, and he said, "So painful and disheartening. May God forgive his sins and also grant his soul eternal rest. Family and friends should take solace in the fact that Ogogo led a great life while here. A celeb with no stained rumor attached to his name, a multi-dynamic achiever, and a peaceful man. May God rest his soul." This is actually a very sad one for Nollywood and for everyone who actually grew up watching Taiwo Hassan, that we all call Ogogo. For decades, he has, been one of the recognizable faces of the Yoruba cinema. He gave us, with the audience, great performance, that became part of the pop culture. Like I just said, one thing I know about him is I'm not really big on the Yoruba, Nollywood space, but one thing I know is that word, action, pop, be Ogogo, because, he was a very actionable person. And this death is just a reminder of how quickly, we've watched someone who we've celebrated for years, and suddenly the person actually becomes, a memory. But I would like to chip in something. Please, we cannot teach people how to grieve. And this is coming from the two reactions we got from YQ and Yusuf. We really cannot teach people how to grieve. If our way of grieving is having to bring out a phone to, stream the death of our father, so be it. Because at the end of the day, we're not the ones going through the hurt, in as much as it affects everybody, because Ogo was for everyone. He entertained us for decades. This person is actually our father. So whichever way she decides to grieve, please let us allow people to grieve. If the fact that I'm not grieving the way you would want me to grieve, or the way the society seems normal, doesn't mean I am not grieving, doesn't mean I am not pained. Please, we cannot teach a child on how she can actually, grieve a father or grieve a loved one that, that actually died. So this is really, really painful. And I must say this, some people entertain us for years, and when they leave, we just realize how much of our memories they were actually, part of. And Ogogo is actually one of it. And I really pray that, he seems maybe forgiven, and God grants his family the fortitude to actually bear this great loss. And now on to the second conversation today. A trending video has captured a dramatic scene on the Lagos-Ore-Benin Federal Road. A car nearly fully submerged in deep, muddy flood water while several men struggled to push it free. The footage shows the vehicle's roof barely visible above the water, with other cars, buses, and motorcycles stranded nearby. Sand piles line the roadside under overcast skies, showing a stretch of the highway transformed into a dangerous swamp after heavy rains. The footage also shows several young men attempting to help the occupants of the stranded vehicle retrieve some of their valuables. And in the background, a distressed voice can be heard lamenting about the situation, claiming that the resulting traffic has stretched for a long distance and that some vehicles have reportedly been stuck on the road for as long as 3 days with little or no movement. Let's take a look at the video.
On top of the dashboard, check the other seat. They say, "Guy, yeah, where you? What?" Knock your head this side. Knock your head this side.
You don't think for ground.
In lock. In lock. You're not broken. Enough vehicle. On top of the dashboard. On top of the dashboard. Check the other seat. They say, "Guy, yeah, where you?"
Let's take a look at how netizens are reacting to this story and also to the video. Now, the first reaction from Eman, and Eman says, instead of the Olodo Okpebolo, oh my God, to focus on developing Edo State, is busy promising to remove 5.1 million votes. What a governor. And that reaction from Alcantara Buja, and he said, the president should look into the state. I don't think the state government is working at all. Social media is full of a lot about poor infrastructure in the state, despite the funds federal is pumping into each state. Another reaction from Today in History, and he said, when will the suffering of Edo people finally end? Governor Okpebolo is busy gallivanting around with his hype men, chasing clouds, while floods and collapsing infrastructure continue to kill his own people. And the final reaction for this story from Are, and said, how did the car get there in the first place? Other cars are managing a very narrow path as seen on the video, but the impatience of some drivers, and this is the problem. Are is the problem of Nigeria, in my opinion, because I don't know how we moved from what the real conversation is to an impatient driver. I really don't know how, the two discussion tally. Now, this actually reminds me of the Gen Zs, like myself, on TikTok, who, when they wake up every morning, they make it their duty to actually call out Governor Okpebolo. You hear it like, Okpebolo, hey, we don't have lights. Okpebolo, hey, there is no road. But I must say, Edo State is backwards when it actually comes to infrastructure. And it is really sad. It's really sad that, you know, this is actually a life and death matter. We can look at it and like laugh about it and, you know, blame the people who wants to travel by road or blame the drivers. But the most important thing is the fact that I don't know why we have bad roads like this in Edo State. This is always Edo State. It's either the road is bad or you have people complaining about, you know, no electricity. Look at the other time, he built a flyover and no one was impressed about the flyover. People had to go there and, you know, make fun of the flyover. This is really sad. And the bad thing about this is a major route. You cannot travel without, if you're traveling by road, you have to go through the Lagos or Ebini road. And imagine being caught in this kind of situation and how dangerous it can be. And this actually raises the question about the bigger infrastructure issue in Nigeria. Every year, you know, the rain will come. Every year we will see floods, you know, flooded roads and stranded motorists and also damaged vehicle. At what point, you know, do we stop treating all these incidents as an unfortunate surprise? Because I'm very sure if you ask, oh, this is an unfortunate surprise, and don't worry, we'll start planning. When are we going to actually have proper planning? Because at the end of the day, the people don't ask for too much. All they want is good roads and food to eat, proper light. That is all. And you can go ahead and do whatever it is that you want to do. So we really appeal that the Edo State government, Governor Okpebolo, actually look into this. And please, we can actually make our statements, netizens, without having to call a governor Olodo. That is actually, you know, too much of a thing. I understand that when what we want as citizens is not given to us, we get very, you know, we get very angry about it. Hopefully the Edo State government look into this, and also the federal government look into this. All right, for the final conversation today, a fire outbreak has raised part of the Spa shopping mall in Calabar, Cross River State, destroying property belonging to traders and shoppers. The incident occurred in the early hours of Saturday, throwing traders, workers, and residents into panic as thick smoke and flames were seen billowing from sections of the shopping complex. The fire reportedly affected several sections of the mall, including areas housing a pharmacy, clothing outlets, perfumery, and also a phone shop. Let's take a look at the video.
Happening right now in Spa.
And they still on. What a day! What a day! Look at our millions.
Which fire service? Where is the Calabar?
Jesus, oh my God!
Manager was up. Happening right now in Spa.
Let's take a look at some tweets, how netizens are reacting to this story. Now, the first one from Dr. Henry, and Dr. Henry said, "This are people's sweat being destroyed and there are no fire servicemen to manage it. Yet these people still pay ridiculous amounts in taxes every day in this market." Another reaction from Lord Marcole, and it said, "Every day stuff like this happen, and then after the incident the government will visit and nothing is done. Very sad." Another reaction from Usman Abednego, and he said, "It's only in Nigeria you see agencies don't know their functions and responsibilities. Do we even have firefighters in Nigeria? I've seen a lot of fire incidents recently, but I haven't heard how firefighters helped subsidize the outbreak." And finally from Onaji Nimari, and he said, "The essence of the fire service is to save lives and property. Yet whenever there's a fire outbreak, we hear no firefighters, no equipment, or no water. They collect salaries regularly. So what exactly are we paying for? Something needs to change. And it's so shocking how an ordinary day, can turn into an emergency because we don't have the proper facility for incidents like this. A place where people, let's even talk about the sellers, the people, the traders that sell in this popular market, which is the spar market. Let's even talk about them. You wake up and then you go about your day not knowing that you'll be sent out of your place of your place of work because of fire. And not only that, you watch to see your property, the way you actually make a living, being razed down by fire. For somebody who has experienced, a fire outbreak, I must say, you don't come out from something like this. A fire incident is not something you come out from. I don't know why, we're still talking about safety measures in 2026. Safety measures not being put in place. Before we then talk about, proper investigation about where the fire actually came from or what caused the fire. And we need safety. We need to become more than just something we just wake up and say that, oh yeah, it's an incident. No, we need to actually move away from that. And this is me bringing it away from shopping centers, even offices, even schools, public buildings. They need functioning alarms. We need accessible emergency exits. Even most organizations don't even have fire extinguishers and staffs who actually know what to do when things go wrong. Property can be repaired, businesses can be restocked, but at the end of the day, we cannot bring back loss. Loss is not something that you can just forget about. It will take a long while for the people who actually lost their properties in this fire to actually recover from it. So I would really love that, and this is not just the government, because all the time we blame the government. We really need to, like I mentioned, schools and our offices, we really need to have all of this emergency safety in place, and also have people, sensitize people on how to use the fire extinguisher, how to, what should they do when there is an emergency. Because at the end of the day, property can be repaired, businesses can be restocked, even the buildings can be built back. But, if we lose a life to a preventable fire incident, that cannot be replaced. And that's a wrap on the conversations making waves across social media in Nigeria today. Thank you for watching the Social Listening. Now, this is where we draw the curtain on Monday's edition of the Business Morning Live Show. Until we come your way tomorrow for the Tuesday edition, I am Deborah Eze. Do have yourselves a beautiful morning.
Nigeria, a land of boundless energy, driven by the pulse of over 200 million dreams. At the heart of this momentum stands a giant, Seplat Energy, an indigenous powerhouse accounting for a vital share of Nigeria's oil and gas output, propelled by the historic acquisition milestone with the acquisition of ExxonMobil's onshore and shallow water assets, significantly expanding its production capacity and marking its entry into offshore operations. We are the engine of prosperity, Nigeria's leading domestic gas supplier with a total gas production output of 2.7 billion cubic feet, and the landmark Ano gas project delivering first gas. We have elevated our total processed gas output to 855 million standard cubic feet per day onshore. Indeed, we have brought domestic gas utilization to new heights, powering industries and securing energy for millions. But we are not just growing production, we're growing responsibly. By ending routine flares, we are decarbonizing our operations today to protect the Nigeria of tomorrow. Our reach is expanding. From offshore gas distribution to the growth of CNG for transport and industry, we are deepening our presence across the entire value chain. Our impact reaches the grassroots. Through innovative mini-grid projects, we are bringing clean, reliable energy to local communities, fueling economic empowerment where it's needed most. We are more than an energy company. We are a partner in progress, a leader in the energy transition, a giant rooted in Nigeria for Nigeria. Seplat Energy, leading.
At Providus Bank, we're committed to your growth and success. You're never alone on the journey. Our personalized relationship banking is how we do things together. It's what sets us apart. We value every individual and partnership and treat them as such. We're committed to helping you grow and celebrating your success. This is your life story, your future, your forward. This is all about you. Let's move you forward. Providus Bank.
Looking for fast and reliable answers to your business and economic questions? Meet SIA, Business Day's Strategic Intelligence Assistant, Nigeria's first AI-powered news chatbot. Simply visit businessday.ng, click the SIA chat icon, and ask your question in plain language. Whether it's inflation, market trends, company insights, government policies, or personal finance, SIA delivers instant answers powered by Business Day's trusted journalism. Smarter insights, faster decisions. Visit businessday.ng today and discover the future of business intelligence with SIA.
Hello and welcome to Behind the Headline. I am Deborah Eze. Nigeria's cash transfer program was designed as a critical social protection tool for millions of vulnerable households, particularly as the cost of living crisis continued to put pressure on low-income families. But a new analysis by Business Day raises questions about whether the program is reaching those it was designed to protect. While government has expanded the National Social Register and made billions of naira available through the National Cash Transfer Program, there remains a significant gap between identifying vulnerable Nigerians and actually getting payment to them. So behind the headline, the question is, has Nigeria cash transfer reform truly delivered meaningful protection for the poor? Or is the country still struggling with the last mile of implementation? And joining us is Dr. Oluwatobi Ojabello. He's the Assistant Editor, Economy and Markets at the Business Day. Good morning.
Good morning,
Dr. Ojabello. It's good to have you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's look at your headline. Very captivating headline. Genuine Rich, Unfinished Protection. Right. So speak to us about the biggest gaps between the number of Nigerians identified as the beneficiaries as against those that are actually receiving payment.
Technically, according to the Minister of Human Affairs and Poverty Reduction in Nigeria, as of January 2025, so it is close that 19.8 million Nigerians registered. But there is a process. When you registered, does not mean you will be paid.
Okay.
So when you registered, they will validate your registration. After the validation, then you get paid. So based on his disclosure, in that the same year, only 1.2 million were validated and only 1.2 million were paid. But as of now, their analysis shows that from their report, official data, shows that the 1.2 they were validated is now 9.8.
Okay.
Meaning that there is a substantial acceleration in the number of validation, but there's still gap between the 19.8 that registered and the 19.8 that have been paid.
Right. So that brings me
That's
to
close to like 10 million households.
Yeah, because the government has actually, you know, invested heavily in the social register, right?
Exactly.
So why is there still a disparity amongst the actual payment of this million of vulnerable, you know, households?
So that is the main reason why we do advise government sometimes that they should ensure the name of those people that have registered, the name of those people that have been validated, the name of people that have been paid are being published. So when people see, people will complain, people will be able to talk that what is happening, what causes this gap. Government has spent close to 700 billion. So on this program, paying people, but unfortunately, just 19.8 million, only 9.2 million household has been taken care of. So what happened to the rest? Why is the ministry, are they constrained by payment from the federal government? No, there might be some behind the scene analysis that we don't know. So, but if there is a publications, then we can see what causes the gap between those people registered and those that have been paid.
Right. So your report highlights, you know, concerns around validation, payments records, and most importantly, transparency, like you've explained now. So how much of this is an administrative challenge, and how much points to the deeper weakness in, you know, Nigeria's social protection system?
You see, if I get you right, are you talking that in terms of quantitative data or qualitative data?
Quantitative data.
Okay. Yeah. Can you repeat the question?
So I said your report actually highlighted the issue of validation, payment, and transparency. Yeah. Now, all of this problem now, do you think is an administration issue, or is just because Nigeria has a weak social protection system?
You know, there is always first order condition and second order condition. When there is a weak institutions, so the first one is weak institution.
Okay.
So when there is a weak institution, you don't expect their operation to be efficient. The regulators are weak, so you're expecting those people that the regulators are meant to watch to perform. So the institution is weak.
Right.
So when the institution is weak, you don't expect great performance.
Right.
So that's just it.
So it's not an administration problem.
It's not an institution.
All right. Now let's look at Nigeria's poverty rate. Now it has continued to rise and rise and rise, despite the expansion of the social program that you said the government has spent billions of naira on.
Yes.
Now, do you think this, you know, suggests that cash transfers are simply not, sustainable enough to make a meaningful difference, you know, to household welfare?
Thank you very much. That's an intelligent question.
Yeah.
You see, well, there is in econometrics, sorry, let me digress a little. There's what we call correlations, but correlation is not causality. The fact that A and B are correlated does not mean that A cause B or B cause A.
Right.
Did you get it? Now, so when it talks about poverty level in Nigeria, you can see from 2023, according to the World Bank publication, poverty rate was 56%. Now, 56% of Nigerians are poor. In 2024, the data shows that it increases by 5%, making 61%. Now, in 2025, the data also shows that there's an increment of 2%. Now, when you look at it, 56%, 61%, the margin 5%. 2025, 63, the margin 2. It is increasing, but at a marginal rate.
Right.
It is increasing, truly, but it's reducing in terms of margin. So, and what you see, cash transfer is one of the methods to cushion the effect of shock.
Okay.
But that is not the only way, because poverty is not only measured by only food. According to multi-poverty index. So that's what you cannot say that multi-dimensional poverty index. It is not only food. We have to factor what happens to education, what happens to health, not only by consumption. So what government should have done, because a lot of people, when you look at the data of the poverty, the rate it is increasing, and the amount government have spent on social transfer, you would think that there is a paradox. Have spent more to cushion effect, yet poverty increases. So that call for an attention. That call for attention. So what it should have done is that there's, even in that process, there's what we call monitored. The aim of that monitor is to see what did they use the money for.
Right.
As the money given to them, does it change anything?
So what do you think, what mechanism can be put in place so that these monies can get to who, the right beneficiaries, and how can people cross-check that so money got to who the money is intended for?
That is it. As I've said it all. So one of the factors that we can see that also contributed to that increase in poverty is maybe the money did not get to the right source. So what can they do? The first thing they need to do is to publish the data they have gathered. Let us see the data, because as far as I'm concerned, I've never seen someone who say he has received the money before.
Right.
And I stay in Ogun
State.
State.
To ask you that.
Yes, I stay in Ogun State.
Okay.
And the part of Ogun State I stay is is a rural part where you see poverty, you see people who really need help. But unfortunately, I've never heard from anybody.
Right. Right.
So despite 19.8 and over 140 million of Nigeria are poor, I will selected 19.8 registered, published in 19.8.
So do you think political interference are actually, interfering when it comes to or influencing the registration of these people?
No, I will not be deterministic.
Okay.
Because I don't have that data. But technically, you cannot remove political influence from economic benefits.
Right.
There is no way.
Okay.
Political come first, economic second. So you cannot remove political interests. So people are politically willing to see how the money is spent, and they are politically willing that the money should be channeled more to their community rather than other community.
Right.
So you cannot remove that effect from the analysis. But I will not be deterministic. Why? Because I don't have data to substantiate that point. But I'm very sure there should be an element of political factor.
Right. Looking at your report now, it takes 75,000 naira per household in 3 tranches.
25.
Do you think that amount is sustainable to provide, meaningful food relief? Let's even call it relief, meaningful relief. Do you think that's...
You see, one of the challenges I do have with Nigerians is they talk about quantity first without talking about process.
Right.
Let us see how the 1 naira you are distributing. Let us see, does it work? Before we talk about the increment in the value, the 75 they are paying in tranches, only 9.2 has received it. So we are saying, the question is, let us see those people that have benefited, people that have not benefited. Let us see, let them come out to the TV station. Let us see how benefited. These are the things people want to see. We cannot be talking about the money is okay, the money is not okay. Now, the first question is, those people that are giving the money, are they the real people?
Right.
Let us see the process. Someone is saying that, although to some extent now Nigeria is improving in terms of data connection.
Yeah, because I was going to say, with the use of BVN name, it should be...
Nigeria is improving. Having OPCT, is the very good one. You don't just come to the air and criticize government. No. You see, these people are also putting effort to ensure things are done properly. But when the institutions are weak, there's nothing you can do. So I will not really comment. When we talk about, when you look at the cost of living in Nigeria now, even 750 is not enough. 750,000 naira. There was a story I did some time ago.
Yes.
So the 750,000 wasn't enough. But the question is, let us see the flow. Let us see those people that are poor, that are receiving it. Then we can now write, okay, government, we need to step up. But when there is a constraint in the flow, we are not talking about increasing it again. Don't you see that you are increasing it to benefit some other?
True. So that brings me to my next question. Do you think that Nigeria can realistically run a good social protection system?
Yes. You see, in reality, when Nigerian government want to do things, they do it well. When they don't want to do it, you will see all hands. You will see their hands. When Nigeria government want to do, they want to ensure. Okay, what really cost them to do it?
Nothing at all.
It cost them nothing. Where is the country that I will see? You have TIN number, you have NIL, you have VVN, and those things does not really show the number of people that are really poor. Another number we still consume. Money number, no transparency.
Right.
What are we using things for? There's BVN, there's NIL. Maybe they will come again and say you go and build WWE or AAA. Let's have known. It's sufficient to show. So when they press that one, show everything about you. Remember, we want to incentivize, we want to do this. This is not too much. So it will not cost Nigeria realistically based on our resources, but because of political interests. You know, when all these data are there to manipulate some elections, all these things.
Easy.
So those guys, but the Nigerian politicians are very smart. They see beyond, okay, we should publish everything. We should give you the number of this. We should give you this. Don't you know that they can track this based on the election? So that's why I say when the institution is weak, you don't expect anything. You don't expect efficacy in the operation of those entities that the institution are meant to watch.
Right. So finally, Dr. Ojabelo, what do you think it would take to move Nigeria's cash transfer program from just simply reaching people, but to provide, to protect, against poverty and also economic shocks?
I've told you there will always be economic shocks, right? Because Nigeria operates a small open economy where we export, we import, so that there will not be shock. No, that one is not possible. And so what government just needs to do in this case is to ensure that they monitor those people the money is given to. When you monitor them, you will be able to know when to review the amount you are giving them. That's why some people will say that, why is government not paying maximum wages?
Okay.
Why do they pay minimum wage? Now, if government pay maximum wage and there is a shock, we don't do that maximum wage. So we cannot pay maximum and not increase it.
Well said, Ojabelo. Thank you very much for your time. All right, we'll be speaking to Dr. Oluwatobi Ojabelo. He's the Assistant Editor, Economy and Market at BusinessDay. Of course, the conversation doesn't end here. We've examined the key issues. We also explored the context and unpacked what the developments mean going forward. Thank you for watching. I am Deborah Eze. Join us next time on Behind the Headlines.
Seeing the tax laws, I mean, it didn't just touch one area, it was a tool.
By award alone, but by the positive impact government policies have on this life of the people. We therefore dedicated this award to the good people of Kano State, whose consistent support and confidence continue to inspire us to do more. Once again, I sincerely thank the management of BusinessDay newspaper for this distinguished recognition. We also congratulate all the award recipients and commend the organizers for promoting excellence in leadership and corporate governance across our nation. May Almighty Allah continue to guide us in all our collective effort to build a stronger, more united Nigeria. Thank you, and may God bless Kano State and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency Mutala Sule Gara, you recall I said there were two things holding or standing between us and the fireside chat. We're going to be making a presentation to the Governor of the Central Bank. Let me, as I said earlier, just remind us that the Governor is here at this event with Mr. Lamido Yuguda, the Deputy Governor in charge of Financial System Stability at the Central Bank of Nigeria. Mr. Yuguda, we welcome you very warmly. As I said, we'll be making a presentation to the governor, so I'm going to invite Mr. Governor to come up, and once you are up, you don't have to go and come again before we have the fireside chat. Let me also invite the Dean of the Lagos Business School, Professor David West, who is a director in BusinessDay and chair of BusinessDay's Governance Board Committee, to make the presentation. It is our appreciation of the presence of the governor this morning. As you will recall, we made a presentation to the minister before he delivered his speech. So the governor will be getting this same presentation even before he speaks this afternoon.
On behalf of the board and management of BusinessDay Media Limited, at this 2026 CEO Forum, the 14th edition, Mr. Governor, it's our honor and pleasure to present you with this token of our appreciation for giving up your time and dedicating this time to spend with us and the chief executives in Lagos today. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much.
Where do you want us? Yeah. Governor, I told you have to move for that. No problem. This side? Yes. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Well, Mr. Governor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is probably the moment that you have been waiting for. I have had the opportunity to deal with many, not so many, several governors of the central bank. My experience is they will call me to push a particular story. And I was not even close to them. He has never called me to push any story. Never. If anything, the closest to that would have been some months ago when I complained about something. And he said, Frank, we will discuss. And I failed to call him because I knew I was going to lose in the conversation. But this afternoon, we're going to have, I believe, a very exciting conversation. And I'd like to start by congratulating the governor for the award of the Central Bank of the Year, which the governor and the bank just received. As journalists, we tend to be very cynical, and we always expect the bad things to happen. When good things happen, like the whole world conferring an award to a Nigerian institution, sometimes we are too shocked to even talk about it. But I think we should talk about it. It doesn't happen all the time. So, Mr. Governor, once again, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So it's 3 years of very well choreographed reforms. And as I said earlier, we are now not just looking for signs. We are indeed dealing with things tangible, things substantive, that are the result of the work that you are doing. But let me start by asking you, what would you describe as the biggest success of the policies of the central bank over the last 3 years?
Thank you very much, Frank. Thank you. Now, let me, before I answer that question, let me congratulate you and Business Day. The Business Day under your leadership, from what I recall, has marked 25 years. 25 years of quality reporting, responsible reporting. And when we talk about institutions that can hold the flag up high and very, very well represent the good in Nigeria, I'm sure you'll all agree with me that Business Day is one of them. So I'd just like to encourage you, continue the way you're going. And many times, as I'm sure we will find during the course of our discussion, you think that the international community aren't watching, but they are. And we're very proud of what Business Day has been able to accomplish. Well done. Now, in terms of the policies that the central bank has embarked upon, and your question directly is, what do we see as the major outcome? One is would be, of course, and the major thing for many here, I know, and for many Nigerians, is the whole issue of the foreign exchange market and how the foreign exchange market has moved from one with considerable opacity, where difficult to plan, not really knowing what it was all about, to a situation where we have unbundled that and now have a foreign exchange market where the multiplicity of exchange rates, which we were all used to for decades, has disappeared. So that is one of the major things. And, sometimes it's easy for people to forget. You forget that at one point in time, you had to scamper everywhere looking for how to buy your foreign exchange, no matter how small. Even if you are just going on a trip to London or US or Kenya, anywhere, it was a chore for you to have to find foreign exchange to buy. Talk less of those who were in business and couldn't get foreign exchange, as a result of which some were able to get it at a different price from what you eventually got it at. Now, that is a thing of the past. We have a situation where those multiple exchange windows have been collapsed. And something, again, that should be dear to the hearts of many people here. When you travel today, you go with your Naira card. It works. And let's not forget something. What does that mean? It just doesn't mean that, I paid for a good and I've gone away. No, it's beyond that. It has brought back the way the outside world looks at us. In the past, you go there, card doesn't work, can't pay for your goods, they look at your Naira card, they throw it back at you. Not any longer. Secondly, the differential in exchange rates is down to a bare minimum. Thirdly, very importantly, the level of our reserves. And that is why I say many times, the work speaks for itself. Anybody that wants to argue about what the impact of these reforms have been, go and look at the reserves figure. As at yesterday, we were hovering, I believe, about 52 billion. When we started, the net exchange reserves, the net reserves figure was in the region of about 3 billion plus. And if you remember, that was a figure that was published at the time by JP Morgan, if you remember, and created a lot of panic in the system. More recently, our net reserves figure, net, is in the 40s. So it's a long and difficult journey. But one message I would like to give to everybody from this particular question is that there has been regime change in the Central Bank of Nigeria. And that regime change is what has brought about these outputs that you are all talking about, the outcomes you are all asking about. And we intend for that not just to continue, but to even get better. Thank you.
The work and the results speak for themselves. And I'm sure that's a point that we all will be agreed on. I want to just take this a bit further. What would you say, because you're addressing mostly CEOs and C-suite executives in this place this afternoon, what would you say are opportunities that they are probably underestimating that going forward they should be taking due advantage of, Mr. Governor?
Yes, thank you very much. And that is a good question. And I must say, it is a question whose answer worries me at times. And I'll tell you why. You see, a lot has happened over the course of the past 3 years with respect to exchange rate policy, monetary policy, financial system stability. A lot has happened. Now, the question is, now that we have accomplished these things, and now that the outlook is positive, do we have our local entrepreneurs and CEOs who have confidence in the continuity of this? That worries me. And I'll tell you why it worries me. Because we sit in a particular place where we see an enormous amount of interest from outside. Enormous amount of interest. They've watched very keenly. They've seen the road of travel. And they are getting closer, and in some cases, investments are being made. And you'll be hearing of some of these things as time goes on. These are not things to be kept secret. You will hear of huge investments being made into our economy as a result of the stability that has been accomplished. You will see it. It's already happening. I hope that our own leadership in many of these companies and many of the CEOs you have here will recognize that. and will not be afraid and will not hold on to muscle memory, thinking that things are still as they were before, or that they can't last the course. Because that's the biggest mistake you make. And it shouldn't be that by the time you wake up to the situation, the horse has gone on and bolted. So, in a nutshell, I do believe that where we are now, we've achieved that hard-earned stability, and with stability comes potential for investment, and with investment comes growth. And all our local CEOs should be part and parcel of that train that is moving.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the applause. I think that's a very direct talk to CEOs in the room. Be sure that you don't come out after the horse has bolted. At BusinessDay, we believe that the domestic investors need to move, and it is in their moving that you actually get foreign investment to come. So we think that the governor's invitation to CEOs in the room to begin to move now, because the opportunities are there, is a very good point to make. I want to pivot to something else, Mr. Governor. This year you had provided, or the central bank had provided, a guidance that indicated that we should expect rate cuts. Given the situation that we have, we surveyed 20 economists before today's event, and most of them believe that the central bank will be holding rates when it meets next week. The question I ask you, Mr. Governor, is what are the conditions that the central bank is seeking to return to that initial guidance for rate cuts this year? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Frank. And I think it may be necessary for me to give some context here. Now, bear in mind that as a result of the tools at the disposal of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank, there was 11 months of continuous disinflation. And that speaks volumes. Speaks volumes to, of course, the fact that the way of travel was one where, over a period of time, we would expect interest rates to begin to moderate if it continued in that trajectory. Unfortunately, as with many of these things, there are external shocks that you can never predict. And of course, fundamentally here, we had the shocks coming in from the US-Iran war. And that just didn't affect us, it affected everybody. Although, happily too, it affected us less than it affected most. And it's important to say this and for people to bear this in mind in anchoring their expectations. It affected us less than it affected most. One of the reasons for that, and there are a number of reasons, one of the reasons for that, of course, is the fact that we had undertaken the reforms we had a lot earlier. So that by the time the shocks came, we were able to withstand them. We had resilience and we were able to withstand the shocks. So that's one side of that equation. The other side is looking into the future. Where is this all going to go? And as I said, if not for the fact that we had this, we had projected that going into next year, inflation would have been down to very moderate levels, respectively. very moderate levels. Now, all I can say, and I certainly cannot speak to exactly or anticipate what the MPC would do, and I'm very pleased that we have one of the members here, and I know that, in fact, two of them here, and I know that Mr. Yuguda used to be a member of the MPC and then has now become a member of the board, so he's now on 2. And Aloysius, again, is somebody who is well known to the financial industry and is also a member of the MPC. Now, we have a group, very happily, of very independent-minded MPC members. Very independent-minded. And primarily, what they look at is data. So they react to what the data tells them. Where they see data, and that is why I think it was the last but one MPC meeting, there was the expectation at the time that we would cut. But we didn't. We didn't cut. And believe me, we saw things that most other people didn't see. And by the time the shocks started to come out, people understood the reason why we didn't cut. So I think you can rest assured that as long as the MPC is there and moves in the direction that they have been going all these years, Nigeria can be rest assured that the interests of the country and the future of our country is in very safe hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to pivot to the FX, and you've already spoken about the reserve accretion, which is at record levels. And I'm sure that, what we do not always say is that unlike many other government institutions, the central bank is working for every Nigerian, whether he's in the village, whether he's in the city, whether he's in the air, whether he's on the ground. There is no other government institution that impacts the day-to-day life of the people as the work of the central bank does. Now, this question I'd like to ask. At $52 billion in reserve, as cynical as we are as journalists, no one could have imagined that that was a possible destination. I can tell you that. I mean, maybe people are too shocked to even talk about it. That's why they are quiet. And the problem is, your central bank has been so credible that people would not say, don't mind them, do you believe the figures? But let me ask you, where do you see the trajectory of the reserves? And at $52 billion in reserves, is there any other thing you want to target? Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Well, it's a good question, and you're right. When we were building these reserves, there was a lot of cynicism, and still is in some respects, but less so now. And I remember, I make reference to this. I remember when we said we needed to diversify our reserve base. And one of the things we decided to go after at the time, if you recall, was the diaspora remittances. And we put together teams. We worked very closely with the banks. We went far and wide. We visited different countries. And at the time, we gave ourselves a goal that we would double the remittance inflows between the time we started and the end of the year, and we did exactly that. That is still work in progress. We're not relenting on that. We're continuing on that trajectory. At the last time, I believe we were at 600 million plus. We're expecting that by the end of the year, we will hit about $1 billion a month from diaspora remittances. So you see, our belief is through sound policies. And this is really what did it. Understanding, meeting with them, understanding where the pain points were, revamping our own policies to ensure that there was free entry, free exit for everybody. That is what made the difference on that particular line. And this, as I said, is a continuous process. Now, there tends to be a misconception with respect to reserves, the reserve figure, and the way and manner in which these are deployed. Okay? Because sometimes I hear, oh, you have so much reserves, why don't you do this or intervene here or intervene there? That's not the objective of your reserves figure. It isn't. Your reserves figure, and that's why it's actually called reserves. That's why everybody knows what reserve is. Keep it there. That's the reserve. It's not meant to be used for day-to-day management of anything. What we do, where you need to go to it is a reserve, you take it, you intervene if you have to. Today, the liquidity of our foreign exchange market is such that it is really and truly allowing us to operate a system that it is truly a reserve, in the sense that buying and selling takes care all on its own, with minimum interference from the central bank. This, I don't believe, has happened for as long as I was in banking, because I remember in those days, everybody waited for the central bank to come in and intervene. And once they intervened, they went back to sleep. This is how our foreign exchange has operated all these years. But we have now moved beyond that. And what is the beauty of that? The beauty is where you have shocks, where you have unseen things that are likely to create huge volatility in your market, you have the wherewithal to come out and defend and do the right things to ensure that your currency stays stable. So for us, that is the greater use of reserves. It's the greater use of reserves. So to answer your question, it's still a journey. Yeah, it's still a journey. We are not there yet, but we certainly feel that there's need to continue to organically grow our reserve level, okay, to a level where it will, today's level of reserves is, I believe, about 10 months of import cover. 10 months of import cover. So you can literally, and anybody coming to invest in Nigeria, these are the things they look at in determining whether it is worth taking a bet on our currency. Okay. And doing this consistently for a number of years, months, whatever you want to call it, is what is giving confidence to not just internal stakeholders, but those who also operate internationally.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I want to return to the matter of bank recapitalization. And I would start by congratulating you. When you set about it, there were noises all over the place, whether about the pace at which it was going to be done or the quantum that you had decreed. But it has gone very well. Between 4 and 5 trillion naira has been brought in as new capital for banks. So congratulations, sir. I don't know what data the central bank had or what data you had before you agreed the level of recapitalization that was required. But as a journalist and manager of a business, I'd like to ask you a question. Are you satisfied that the capital that the banks have accumulated is being deployed, and how it is that it appears as if the federal government, through the support for treasury bills and other federal government assets, appear to be the major beneficiary of the banking recapitalization? Is my analysis wrong, Mr. Governor?
Well, short term, maybe it's not wrong. But long term, not even long term, but in the course of time, I'm confident that will change. But let me, before I address that, let me also make reference to what you said earlier with respect to data that guided the course we took. Now, I will say that you've described it exactly the way it was, which is, and I remember that this was about 3 years ago, or 2.5 years ago actually, at the Chartered Institute of Bankers evening, where this announcement was made, and there was an enormous amount of pushback and all that kind of stuff. And you posed the question as to how did we arrive at that decision? Okay. Now, really and truly, our belief at the time was that we needed to build resilience in our banking system. We needed to build resilience in our banking system. And there were a number of things which, in our view, stood in the way of getting to that resilience. Okay. That also got compounded, okay, between internal things such as forbearance, and then got compounded by an incredibly massive devaluation, which now conspired to show, after a period of time, that it was a foregone matter. It had to be done. And I believe that the banks much later began to realize that it was something that was well conceived and was in their best interest. And that is why I believe it went as successfully as it did, because we were able to create that buy-in. Initially, there was resistance, but with time, there was buy-in. And the banks could see that it was in their best interest to do so. So yes, we're very happy, we're very proud of the outcome. Indeed, let us not even forget something, and it's something that many people tend to forget. Our own banking system is very different from many others. On the African continent, we more or less dominate. Our banks are everywhere. Okay, you can argue about the South African model compared to the Nigerian model. That's a different matter. It's almost like comparing the US model to the European model. Completely different. But our banks dominate the African continent. They are everywhere. They are even in Europe. They are in America. Okay. So with that goes the responsibility to carry adequate capital along with you. The outcome of this has ensured that they are more resilient. Just as what I was saying about the central bank, they too have created more buffers to withstand shocks. And that is very important. And by the way, let me even add to that. Our oversight on banks does not stop at the fact that you have raised capital. No, it's going to be continuous. Because we need a strong, resilient banking sector to be able to take us to where we want to go to. Issue of investment, treasury bills, yes, but in the goodness of time, when all these different actions begin to settle, we believe inflation will come down, interest rates will come down, it will be a different ballgame. We also believe that banks will now be better poised. They'll be much better poised. And when we talk about being better poised, it also requires skills to be able to serve the SMEs and others where lending is perhaps a lot more tricky than what they've been used to in the past. The environment has changed, and it is going to be an opportunity for those who have the capacity, and I can see that a lot of the banks are building capacity for the future to be able to take on some of these things without any problem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. I have two more questions. One is related to the answers that you just gave. We have been at BusinessDay looking at banking and impact of banking across the African continent. And we have different examples. You take, for instance, in Kenya, where the central bank prescribes lending level. I'm not talking about the rates, but in terms of volume. And the last report of the Central Bank of Kenya, the banks exceeded the prescribed level by the central bank, which means they lent more to the private sector than even the Bank of Kenya was willing to prescribe. Now, I hear the banks here talk about not having a tidy or a healthy pipeline of projects, and the banks are not meant to just carry cash and be distributing it all over the place.
Yes.
But that for me is an admission of a problem. How, in your view, can we deal with that problem so that truly our banks can become banks and do banking as banks elsewhere, Mr. Governor?
Yes. No, thank you, Frank. And it's a very, very good question indeed. It's a very good question. Because let's be fair to the banks. People don't take risks, or they shouldn't take risks that will put them in trouble. They take risks that are well thought through, well analyzed, and protects them. Because at the end of the day, they hold depositors' money. So I fully agree with you that the expectation should not be for them to throw money anywhere. It should not be. And a couple of things I will say. One, we've seen, I think everybody here has seen the recent unsettling nature of the exposures that banks had, especially to oil and gas. Especially to oil and gas. I mean, I'm sure there's nobody here that is not aware. You wake up every day and read it in the newspapers. So, and my expectation is two things. One, banks would have learned their lessons. And two, to ensure that banks take on the risks where they have the expertise to be able to support. Because once you disburse money, it doesn't stop there. Here we are talking about what we expected with respect to interest rates and managing that process vis-a-vis what came out. Whoever anticipated the shock that we would get from the US-Iran war, whoever expected that? It comes, and it comes with its own dysfunctions. It's the same, that is one. And some of these areas are hugely specialized, where you need extremely sophisticated skills to be able to manage them. And that is something which we at the central bank are determined to work closely with the banking system to help them to develop that skill base, to be able to put them at par with banks internationally?
Thank you very much, sir. You have already said that your oversight work with the banks does not end in recapitalization, that it's going to be a continuous thing. We will, as they say, keep our gunpowder and we will watch. Now, I will ask my last question, and it's almost a personal question. Some months ago, I had the opportunity to go to the home of a retired senior government official. And I don't mingle with many government officials, especially those from the corporation where this man retired from. And he told me something. He said, Frank, if you have a good mind, we were talking about interference by politicians. And if you want to know, I'm talking about NNPC. This gentleman said to me, if you have a good mind and you have the courage to do good, there is enough room, regardless of the so-called government interference, to be able to leave your mark. And the only reason I went to him was that he left his mark. So let me ask you, Mr. Governor, where do you find the courage to do some of the things that you do and the ability to consistently do them? I mean, I've known you before you became the governor, but I didn't know you were this tough. And I looked at you and you just smiled. And you still smile. But I mean, you'll be a madman who mistakes your smile for the smile of people like us. So you know, I mean, no, this honestly is true. I don't know what circles you operate in. Every conversation that I have, whether it's here or whether it's abroad, people talk about the personality and the character of the governor. And I'm not saying this because he's here or saying this so that you can clap. If you want to contradict me, I will be glad to take on this with you offline. I usually have conversations. Just one distraction before I come back to the governor. We were at a conference at Hilton Hotel, and I was arguing about this corporation being very misguided. And the executive director who represented the chief of the corporation said I did not know what I was saying. And I said something to him. When you retire, I would like to have coffee with you to see whether you maintain the same position. Not 6 months after he retired, he called me and said he wanted to do a column for BusinessDay. And I said, you? Why? He said, the rubbish that I was seeing when I was in government. I said, no. You keep your column. So when people do good, Nigerians must learn to identify it and commend it in the hope that we can get more people to do good as well. So let me come back to you. Where do you find the courage to do this? Where do you find the strength to just stay the course? Thank you, sir.
Well, Frank, when you said you were going to ask a personal question, I didn't know that it was going to be this personal. But I will answer you as frankly as I can, especially to honor you as Frank.
Thank you, sir.
Now, let's even put it in the context of what has happened here. Because sometimes when you are in a particular situation, it determines the way you react. Think about it. Think about it. Our net reserves was down to 3-point-something billion US. I mean, just think about it. A population of over 200 million people. I mean, let's think of the implications of that. Plus, we were also owing, remember?
Yes.
$7 billion. What's left? I mean, what is left? Confidence out of the window. Panic. Currency devaluing every day. We were all living witnesses. Many people were were looking for the opportunity to externalize anything and run away. Cars, houses, fridges, just externalize it and run away. Then we didn't even have the level of, let me be kind in saying, anti-Nigerian sentiment internationally. We've all seen it. We didn't have it. So you can see we were in a very bad place, going to a worse place. And let me tell you something. That 3.3 that you press, quote, liberally, it went down even more. We can talk about it now. At the time, we couldn't. So while I will crave your indulgence and say, okay, 3.8, it went down even more. So the situation was a very, very bad situation. And when you find yourself in this kind of a situation, and by the way, let me say something else. I must add to this too. Majority of the people I was talking to at the time, both locally and internationally, everybody had lost hope. Nobody believed that anything was going to come out of the road of travel. Nobody. They felt you were firmly going to head up in one direction. I used to put on the TV and nothing good used to come out of it. Most times, of course, it was all directed at me, and I was saying, well, I didn't do it. I'm here to solve the problem. I didn't do it. But anyway, no problem. So, seeing all that and looking at what is the future for our country? Is this where it's all going to end? And that is even for us. What about for those who are coming behind? What's the hope? Little did I know that further down the line, the US, Europe, parts of Europe, South Africa, sentiment was even getting worse. Did I even imagine it would get to that stage? I didn't. Maybe if one was in that same situation today, it would have been 3-4 times as bold if you could, because you knew that that was the end of the road. So that was literally the situation we were faced with. Very, very, very bad situation. And in such a situation, for you to save it, is either, or for your reaction to it, let me not say to save it, your reaction to it is either you look at it, you put down your pen and paper, and you run away. Or you face it with everything you have. Because you realize that it's not about you. It's not about you. And believe me, if it was about me, I wouldn't do it. Life would be a lot easier and less stressful and less exposing yourself a lot less. But you have got to think of the so many hundreds of millions of people, not just today, but for the future. And the responsibility lied solely on your shoulders to ensure that you are able to take the country out of the huge problem it was in. So with that, you've got to attack it with everything you have. You can't be there lily-livered. You can't be a nice guy in taking the difficult decisions that will save the country. You cannot. You've got to be disciplined. If you didn't have integrity, go and find it and put it to use. Ultimately, in the business we are in, this is very different from when you are a manufacturing company. When you are a manufacturing company, people come and buy your goods, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Your fridge, your cars, all these things. When you are in the business we are in, it's about what? Trust. It's about trust. And the moment they lose trust in what you are doing, there's nothing you can tell anybody. You are heading in one direction, and it's not a good place. So one had to do everything possible to rebuild back that trust. And in building back that trust, you've got to take difficult decisions. You may not necessarily like them. You may not necessarily be happy to be the person that has to do those things, but you've got to do it. Because it's in the interest of the greater good. It's not about you. It's not about you. And I hope that has answered the question, Frank. I hope that has answered the question.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you kindly to be upstanding for a standing ovation for the Governor of the Central Bank of the Year. Thank you very much. For those who have lost hope, something good can still come out of Nigeria. This, you can never have too much of a good thing. But unfortunately, this is where we are going to bring our fireside chat to a close. It's not the ending to the CEO Forum 2026, but we just have to, we don't want to abuse the privilege of having the governor here with us this afternoon, because I know what he has had to move around just to be with us today. We appreciate your coming, Mr. Governor. And you know, I am on a WhatsApp platform where a number of people know the governor. And it's amazing, the prayers I've seen on that platform, they are more than the prayers I hear at church. And all the prayers to God for the central bank governor. He is a gift, not just to Nigeria, he is a gift to humanity. We thank you so much, and we wish you the very best, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes. So the two gentlemen are